never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Places in the upper plains and upper Midwest are bracing for snow and lots of it. So is New England. Boston Mayor Michelle Wu and other city leaders Wednesday detailed the city's plan as winter weather moves towards the area. Mayor Wu, in her remarks, explained how the city has beefed up its snow fleet in order to be prepared for the winter season.
We now have 170 pieces of in-house snow clearing equipment ready to go at any time of day in a weather event occurs. And we have the ability, thanks to our partners and contractors, to put more than 800 pieces on the road in the event of a large storm.
The number of U.S. deaths dropped this year, but there are still more than there were before the coronavirus hit. Preliminary data through the first 11 months of the year indicates 2022 will see fewer deaths than the previous two COVID-19 pandemic years. Current reports suggest deaths may be down about 3% from 2020 and about 7% versus last year. U.S. deaths usually rise year to year, in part because the nation's population has been growing. The pandemic accelerated that trend, making last year the deadliest in U.S. history, with more than 3.4 million dying. U.S. is preparing to send Patriots to Ukraine.
The United States is ready to approve sending Patriot missiles to Ukraine. After finally agreeing to an urgent request from Ukrainian leaders, they claim they need the weapons to shoot down incoming Russian missiles attacking Ukrainian infrastructure. The approval is likely to come later this week and could be announced as early as Thursday. I'm Lance Pry.
Russia may have taken a strategic step to answer the U.S.'s promise to Ukraine. In a further sign of the importance it attaches to its strategic nuclear deterrent, the Russian military has loaded a Yars ballistic missile into a silo launcher in the Kaluga region. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Donald Trump's company impeded a grand jury investigation last year by repeatedly failing to turn over evidence in a timely fashion, leading to a secret contempt finding and a $4,000 fine, according to court records made public Tuesday. The Trump Organization was found to have been willfully disobeying 4 grand jury subpoenas and 3 court orders to the detriment of Manhattan prosecutors, who were left ill-prepared to question witnesses. The subpoenas, issued in March, April, May, and June of last year, preceded the Trump Organization's July 2021 indictment on criminal tax fraud charges by helping executives avoid taxes on company-paid perks. The company was convicted this month and faces a fine of up to $1.6 million. The $4,000 contempt fine was the maximum allowable by law. France is on their way to a second consecutive World Cup final after goals from Theo Hernandez and substitute Randall Kolo Muani gave Les Bleus a 2-0 win over Morocco on Wednesday. Only Brazil in 1962 and Italy in 1938 have ever successfully defended the World Cup, but France can join that illustrious group after reaching the final with a hard-fought 2-0 win over Morocco. Stephen Twitch Boss, the longtime and beloved dancing DJ on The Ellen DeGeneres Show and a former contestant on So You Think You Can Dance, has died at the age of 40. His wife, Allison Holker Boss, confirmed his passing in a statement published Wednesday on People.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty then, what do you say? Okay, for most of the country, good evening. For our friends in the Eastern Time Zone, good morning. As we cross over the midnight hour. All right, what are we looking at here? Hey, we close out Hump Day. We're over the hump, right? Now we head down toward the weekend. And believe it or not, the final weekend before Christmas weekend. So we're talking 15th day of December. Here we go. That's easy math. 10 days. 10 days till the fat man makes his rounds, right? Welcome aboard. We've got a full 5 hours coming your way as we will work our way time zone to time zone into that Thursday the 15th. Of course, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. I don't know if that thermometer outside the bunker is correct or not, but it's showing right about 50 degrees right now, which that ain't bad. Temperature's actually going to be dropping through the day. National Weather Service does tell us rain is going to finally begin to wind down here over the next few hours. I'm looking at the backside of this storm, which sees the rains will be ending. Louisville, you still got some scattered showers coming your way, but things are definitely lightening up. Rains now mostly just to the east of Nashville. So a lot of rain in eastern Tennessee, but beginning to clear out from west to east. Yeah, same goes down into Alabama. Rains now pushing just to the east of Huntsville. The rains have cleared Tuscaloosa. Rains are clearing Montgomery, Alabama. Again, you may still have a few scattered showers pushing through. Further to the east, though, you are socked in. Rain from Dothan, Alabama to Atlanta, Georgia. Soggy night from Atlanta to Chattanooga. Still plenty of rain to come for the Knoxville area. Yeah, the rain's on the northern side. Lots of rain in Indiana, much of Illinois. Things have cleared out in that zone from, say, about Springfield, Illinois, down to St. Louis. You get up into eastern portions of Iowa. You've seen that transition from rain to a bit of snow as the colder air begins to come in on the backside of this storm. On up into Wisconsin, you transition from rain to snow and probably some of those silver dollar-sized snowflakes, heavy, wet snow, right about just north of, say, Madison, Wisconsin. Snow from Madison to Wausau, and in some areas, it is flat out putting it down. Snow all the way up into Duluth. Things have begun to clear out in Minnesota. Now, you still have the wraparound or the backside of the storm that's still producing some snow over eastern portions of South Dakota, North Dakota. We can head on back even as far west as western portions of the Dakotas and eastern Montana. Things do become quite a bit more scattered in that region of the country. Then let's head over to the east, where we do have some higher elevations, which means colder temperatures, and the frozen precipitation. The icing scenario has indeed begun. We've got full-fledged ice storm warnings in place in parts of West Virginia and southern Pennsylvania. Let me zoom in, because this is going to be one of those big-time, widespread power outages kind of scenario with the amount of icing that they're anticipating. That's why it is an ice storm warning. Significant icing. Let's start with the first breakdown from the Weather Service office there out of Washington, D.C., the Baltimore, D.C. office. This would be for the central and eastern Allegheny, Frederick, Virginia, Hampshire, Morgan, Berkeley, and eastern Mineral. We're talking ice accumulations from 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch in the valleys below 1,000 feet, 1/4 inch to 1/2 an inch above 1,000 feet, and then you'll have kind of a combination of sleet and snow accumulation, 1 to 2 inches on top of the icing scenario there. So that's, again, in Maryland, central and eastern Allegheny County. In West Virginia, it's Hampshire, Morgan, Berkeley, Mineral counties. All right, power outages, tree damage likely with the icy scenario. Dangerous travel, obviously. This is going to be kind of an all-day event. From the morning commute to the evening commute, probably we'll be looking at some closures of maybe some major roadways, including the likes of Interstate 81 and Interstate 68. Other areas looking for even higher ice accumulations, significant icing. Let's see, what's the update on this? For the higher elevations, we're talking the best chance of these heavy accumulations, maybe 3/4 of an inch, half to 3/4. The weight of that is incredible on the trees and power lines. Trees will be popping like twigs. Ice accumulations around Kaiser Ridge to the Backbone Mountain in Garrett County. You're going to have the icing and winds 20, 30 miles per hour, gusts to 45 miles per hour at times. Strongest winds will be along the ridge tops, but again, anticipate power outages, tree damage due to the ice. Travel could become impossible. Both the morning and evening commutes, again, closures possibly along Interstate 68 and U.S. Route 48. Gusty winds combined with the ice is going to bring down numerous trees. So you've got ice storm warnings that are in place now till 10 o'clock Thursday evening. Now, as this moves on up into parts of Pennsylvania, aside from what will be a rather narrow icing area, it's not going to be widespread icing in Pennsylvania, just a handful of counties over southwestern and south central portions of the state, but much of Pennsylvania will be seeing plenty of snow. Winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories pretty much envelop the entire state, with the exception of the southwest corner of PA, New York as well. A majority of the state of New York under winter storm warnings. The western reaches of the state, it's just winter weather advisories. Going back to the last hour or so of the program, Horse Feathers had chimed in. We've seen in recent years, Pennsylvania begins to implement some travel bans, especially for commercial vehicles, when there is impending wintry weather. At that point in time, I said, well, there's nothing there yet, but I can all but guarantee they will be implementing some bans. This is going to get confusing. They've got this tier system in Pennsylvania, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and all three of these tiers will be affecting various roadways in the state, and some of these will be kicking in within the hour, starting at 1 a.m. this morning. Let's try to break it down for you. Pennsylvania Department of Transportation and the Turnpike Commission have issued commercial vehicle travel restrictions for the day ahead, with freezing rain and sleet overnight tonight into Thursday morning. PennDOT and the PTC have issued the following restrictions starting shortly after the midnight hour Thursday morning. So again, coming up at 1 o'clock here, 45 minutes from now, you will implement Tier 1 restrictions on Interstate 79 from the PA Turnpike, I-76 to I-80. I-80 from 79 to exit 173 Lamar, and I-70 from Maryland to the PA Turnpike in Fulton County. Those are Tier 1, and I'll break down what that means. Tier 2 restrictions will be impacting I-70 from I-79 to I-76. Then you will have Tier 3 restrictions on the PA Turnpike from the New Stanton to the Breezewood exits, as well as I-99, the entire length of I-99. Again, that all kicks in at 1 a.m. 6 o'clock this morning, 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Tier 1 restrictions then go in place on Interstate 81 from the Maryland border to I-80, the entire length of I-83, as well as the entire length of I-283. More restrictions implemented at the noon hour today, high noon. Tier 1 restrictions affecting Interstate 81 from I-380 to the New York border, the entire length of I-84, the entire length of I-380, and then 476, the PA Turnpike Northeast Extension, as they call it, from I-78 to I-81. That's Clark Summit exit, 56 to 131. That stretch. What is Tier 1? All right, under Tier 1 restrictions, the following vehicles are not permitted on those affected roadways. That would include tractors without trailers, tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded enclosed trailers, open trailers or tank trailers, tractors towing unloaded or lightly loaded tandem trailers, enclosed, unloaded, or lightly loaded cargo delivery trucks or box trucks that meet the definition of a commercial motor vehicle, passenger cars, SUVs, pickups, anything that would be towing a trailer. No trailers of any type allowed. No recreational vehicles or motor homes. School buses, commercial buses, or motor coaches not allowed. Of course, no motorcycles. That's Tier 1. Under Tier 2 restrictions, tractors towing loaded tandem trailers are not permitted unless there are chains or other approved alternate traction devices on board. Additionally, all school buses, commercial buses, motor coaches, RVs, motor homes, anything towing trailers are not permitted on affected roadways while these restrictions are in place. Then we've got Tier number 3, roadways with Tier 3 restrictions in place, means no commercial vehicles permitted except loaded single trailers with chains or approved alternate traction devices. So pretty much your commercial vehicles, Tier 3, stay off the road. And I do know, based on the last storm where we had these restrictions in place, they weren't screwing around with this. The law enforcement will be out there issuing citations if you try to sneak through. All school buses, commercial buses, motor coaches, motorcycles, RVs, passenger vehicles, towing trailers, not permitted on the road under the Tier 3 restrictions. PennDOT is asking drivers to avoid travel if possible. If you must drive, officials ask that you slow down, use caution, be aware of, obviously, challenging weather conditions. So that's Pennsylvania. I have not yet seen anything out of New York, but New York has also, in recent years, been implementing similar restrictions. Now, everything's going to be getting underway in New York a bit later in the day because, as we speak right now, the first rain just beginning to sneak in to that southwest corner of PA. And as I said, the mixed precip, the freezing, the icing scenario is down into the panhandle there of West Virginia, moving into western Maryland. Looks like the mixed precip is already fallen in Harrisonburg. So overnight, it's all going to continue to progress from southwest to northeast. And again, so later we may see some restrictions being announced there in New York, possibly by the time we close things out later on this morning. I'll keep an eye open for that. But all right, the big storm. We're still contending with outright blizzard conditions. The blizzard warnings continue in north central and northwestern Nebraska, much of western South Dakota. And, of course, winter storm warnings envelop the rest of the entirety, eastern Montana, north South Dakota, much of Minnesota, about the northern two-thirds of Wisconsin tonight. As the snows continue to fall, I saw Carol, who had posted about 24 hours ago that she was stuck out there with the closure of I-80. She said day number 2, which appears we're going to enter day number 3, and possibly day number 4. The roads still shut down. Now, 24 hours ago, they had already, at that point, said 80 wasn't going to reopen till at least Thursday and maybe even Friday. I mean, I can't help but wonder how many thousands of trucks are stranded out there just trying to wait out the storm. My goodness, it's been a blockbuster kind of week, and it's far from over. So we'll kind of break down more what we anticipate in the Northeast. More details as well coming up here. I think it was in the final hour of the program last evening. I was just kind of scrolling through social media, and I came across a post from kind of some off the rail, off the wall, different weather forecasting site that was the first I had seen depicting models showing a major Arctic outbreak, like the Siberian Express, as they call it, coming in to the lower 48 next week, which would be bringing not only freezing temperatures, but bone-chilling temperatures into the deep southern tier of the country. I'm talking from southern Texas, the entire Gulf Coast, into northern Florida. Got an update from AccuWeather in regards to that. What happens when we have extremely hot temperatures impacting a very large portion of the country? Pretty much the same thing that happens when you have extremely cold temperatures impacting a large swath of the country. That would be a strain on the power grid. Will the grid be up to the task? We saw this a couple years ago when we saw these kind of temperatures in Texas. This may be round number 2, just in time for Christmas. Victims of the deadly severe weather that tore across the southern U.S. this week will likely face frigid conditions next week. Part of a deep freeze that's going to encapsulate the majority of the country. A blast of cold air is going to flow into North America from Siberia, potentially challenging record low temperatures we haven't seen since the 1980s. The long-range forecast anticipates temperatures will be as much as 40 degrees below the norms for late December in large parts of the country. Bitterly cold will expand into the central and southern plains during the second half of next week. So right about 1 week from now, which is going to stress the energy grids throughout much of the South. This round of cold will undoubtedly increase the energy demand across a wide swath of the nation due to the increased demand for heating purposes. AccuWeather forecasters say that in Texas, where the storm struck Tuesday, low temperatures later next week are going to be in the teens in Amarillo, in the 20s around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Near freezing temperatures could threaten crops in far southern Texas during Hanukkah and around the Christmas holiday. You think it's chilly now? Just hang on, because next week, just in time for Christmas. So that kind of coincides with the forecast models were depicting temperatures into the teens, like Nashville was forecast for Christmas morning, 15 degrees. 20s and 30s as far south as literally the Gulf Coast. I'll say hello to Tom Kelly with our friends at TNCRadio.live from the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. Though there weren't many shadows on Wednesday, the storms have pretty much passed. We have already dropped 24 degrees in 24 hours. And the temperatures continue to fall. They were expected to be, in the 40s overnight tonight, I think it was. So coming up Wednesday nights, all of our programming is live on TNC Radio. Right after Overnight Drive, you get the repeats coming up here this morning. Starting at 5 a.m., it's Keep On Talking with Tom Kirk and his cast of originals. A very timely topic this morning, talking about the ins and outs and the do's and don'ts of winter weather driving. Many drivers getting their first winter weather experience here of the season as we speak. After that, join Taillights with the Bombs. Angie and Larry interview Pastor Mark about the fine work they continue to do with ACT. Finally, it's Clutch Time Sports, where we examine the recent baseball signings. Looking forward to the bowl games starting just a little over 24 hours. Of course, 11:30 a.m. Friday morning kicks off the college bowl season. Bright and early Friday as we get ready for the weekend. So that's all new and all coming your way on TNCRadio.live starting at 5 a.m. this morning. Thank you for the update there, Tom, and find a way to stay warm. And, I may be, I might be smart myself to think about going out and maybe between now and late next week, finding some sort of alternative, a back. I don't have a generator at the Summers residence, and I mentioned for years I had a kerosene heater that was, pretty good size. Had enough juice to warm up, the living room, the dining room, and Yeah, wouldn't warm up the whole house, but at least we wouldn't freeze to death if we lost power. I sold that thing a year or two ago, which was a stupid move. You go years and years and years. You don't need the darn thing, and you think, why do I have this? It's just in the way. It's a nuisance. And you get rid of it, and the next thing you know, you're like, power's out, 15 degrees outside, the temperature indoors is dropping. What do you do? All right. Need to heed my own advice. All right, we'll get to the latest out of Colorado. Everything's still shut down here. Yeah, the blizzard in eastern Colorado prompted the closure of every major road in the northeast part of the state Tuesday. Yes, truckers are stranded. The closure left truck drivers with no choice but to shut down and wait it out. Interstate 70, Interstate 76 were both shut down for more than a 100-mile stretch. Nearly every other major roadway between Denver and Kansas were shut down as well. In Colorado, there are no other major interstates that connect Denver to the rest of the country to the east and west. One driver said, sitting here, of course, I'm not making money. Yeah, Colorado, full of drivers wishing they were out on the road. If I can't get this truck moving, how am I going to make the money? Yeah, so some of these guys sitting 2-3 days. News break on the overnight drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. A San Francisco police officer testified on Wednesday that he witnessed the attack on U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband when the suspect in the assault hit Paul Pelosi with a hammer back in late October. Prosecutors at the preliminary hearing for suspect David Wayne DePop, 42, played a recording of Paul Pelosi's 911 call during the hearing and showed video of the attack from police body cameras. Moscow on Wednesday said no Christmas ceasefire was in the cards after nearly 10 months of devastating war in Ukraine, even as the release of dozens more prisoners, including an American, showed that some contacts between the two sides remain. Russia and Ukraine are not currently engaged in talks to end the fighting, which is raging in the east and south and reached Kyiv again on Wednesday. And the Federal Reserve will deliver more interest rate hikes next year, even as the economy slips towards a possible recession. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now, and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, phone lines are open. Who wants to be first out of the box? That number, of course, 844-844-3388. Let's see here. Hello to Gail, checking in from Longview, Texas. Howdy. Well, welcome aboard. Thank you very much. Who else on board? Philly Dan. Hello, out of the box there. Good morning. We got a bit of sleet here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. That's Timothy. Hey, thanks for the updates. I think you're going to have quite a bit of that, right? A little sleet going to begin adding up. Matt is ready to roll. There's JR. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. It's Country Bumpkin. There you go. Country Bumpkin checking in from Kansas City with 32 degrees. Burr. Night Shifter checking in. How's everybody doing? Night Shifter, a.k.a. Chris. Thank you very much. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 35, a little bit of light snow in Geneseo, Illinois. A special one-night-only shout-out to the Michigan Madman. There you go, Michigan Madman. Haven't seen him yet. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Yes, the rain has just started here in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. We're at 32 degrees. So I'm sure the skyscraper, the house, GMA and B Enterprises main offices will probably be ice covered by morning. Everybody keep it shiny side up out there. Good idea. Buckeye Boy checking in Ackworth, Georgia, where it's 46 degrees. It's been raining since afternoon. Yeah, sometimes pretty heavy, but no lightning or thunder. I did get an alert from YouTube. The show was starting, so I hit the notification, and it took me to the show. It does say today's date, so I believe we are live. Got my delivery off and taken some time off, except from some local runs maybe. Got to go watch two of the youngest grandkids at a singing concert at their school in the morning, and I'm looking forward to that little Christmas concert, I bet that is. So have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. 50 degrees. So my thermometer is correct. Pappy says 50 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. A little rain, more rain. Anyway, nice shirt, Steve. Who needs the 4th to be a patriot? That is correct. I've got so many sweatshirts and whatnot that are the same color. Like a lot of grays and a lot of like burgundies, dark reds. And I think, people probably think I'm wearing the same damn shirt night after night. It's not the case, but I don't know how I've got so much that's all the same color. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. There's Larry with 30 degrees northbound on 87 in New York. What is that, Coxsackie, New York? All right, let's see. Shorty of the Mississippi River, definitely going to like all this water coming its way. Yeah, I haven't heard much of anything about any difficulties. I think the Mississippi has definitely been coming up and will continue to rise. I think the summer, the nightmare with the barge traffic, that's all behind us now. Traffic should be moving fine. Copy the mail. 5-7 is on board. There you go. Marianne, Merry Christmas to you and the family. Timothy said, I got to hit the hay. Off to bed. Got to get the grandkids to school if they go. I guess that's going to depend on just how much sleet, how much frozen precip you get. Maybe a early start to the weekend coming their way. Let's see. Carol, update from Carol. They opened the road about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Took a while to get just the trucks off this exit between the truck stop, Walmart, and the fairgrounds. Some restrictions still apply. So we're going to be waiting until the morning to head out. It is still snowing, but not much more accumulation. We've got 23 degrees in Evanston. So thank you for the update, Carol. There, okay, so she's one of those that were kind of stuck there in eastern Colorado. Buckeye Boy says, get a Generex whole house generator for the secret bunker and all the other things, and just write it off. All right, thank you. Not bad advice. I don't know, those whole house things are pretty darn expensive, aren't they? All right, clear lines at 844-3388. So let me jump into, of course, December started off on a fairly mild note. I mean, here we are 15th, and we're 50 outside the bunker here in southwest Ohio. That's been the case across a large part of the country. But a bitter blast of cold air that's going to flow into North America from Siberia is forecast to plunge into the eastern two-thirds of the country and putting that portion of the country into the deep freeze in the days leading up to Christmas. This is going to challenge records that have stood since the 1980s as sub-zero temperatures are expected to grip states from the northern Rockies to the East Coast. Yeah, forecasters expect the mercury to be up to maybe 40 degrees below the norm for this time of year in parts of the country. Siberia is one of the coldest locations on the planet during the winter months. Earlier this week, the mercury plunged to an incredible 78 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. In the city of Yakutsk, that was on Monday of this week. According to AccuWeather, the intense cold begins to arrive in North America in two waves as atmospheric energy moves it along through northeastern parts of Asia and into the northwestern part of North America starting next week. By early next week, the atmospheric energy bringing the cold is going to dive south out of the Gulf of Alaska, first impacting the Pacific Northwest. It'll then proceed through the northern Rockies, the upper Midwest, Monday into Tuesday. Low temperatures with this push of frigid air not quite reaching record levels, but low temperatures well below zero will be common in Montana and the Dakotas. And let me interject there. You're getting plenty of advance notice, drivers. If you're going to be out, it's not like you're going to just need to be treating your fuel in the northern tier of the country. It's going to be a whole lot more of the country where you could encounter some fuel line issues, some freeze up and whatnot. So stock up on the anti-gel, the winter defense, whichever your preference is. The new everyday diesel treatment with winter defense that if you treat at the right level can protect you up to 40 below zero. Now, the subsequent push, wave number 2, beginning in the middle of next week, is going to make that first push of cold seem like an appetizer to the main course. Yeah, the northern Rockies and northern plains will bear the brunt of this bitter blast, which is going to expand south and east through the country in the days leading up to Christmas. This could be one of the most extreme air masses that is observed all winter across portions of the north-central USA. AccuWeather says, I would not be surprised to see some areas in Montana or North Dakota approaching 30 degrees below zero. That's actual temperature, not wind chills, folks, which could come close to some of the extreme cold we observed back in 1983 and 1989. Temperatures, these sort of temperatures would mean some of the coldest air on the planet will be in North America next week, as evidenced by how strong the cold area of high pressure, a bona fide piece of the polar vortex, is forecast to be in the northern Rockies. Some projections indicate the magnitude of the high pressure will be more than 1,070 millibars over Montana. Central pressure, if that verifies, it would actually beat the old high-pressure record for that state, which is 1,064 millibars. That was on Christmas Eve in 1983 in Miles City. From there, though, the bitter cold will expand into the central and southern plains and the Midwest the second half of next week. The East gets a taste by the end of the week and into Christmas weekend. And this cold is going to have some staying power, sticking around beyond Christmas. Now, while this push of extreme cold will not last as long as the extreme push back in February of 2021, temperatures probably will not really begin to rebound till about December the 27th. Christmas travelers, be prepared for cold travel conditions. If you don't recall that push of bitterly cold air February of last year, that's when we saw the energy grids stretched in the South, most notably in Texas, where there was the deadly multi-day power grid failure. This round of cold will undoubtedly increase the energy demand across a wide swath of the nation as people try to stay warm. This time around, Texans will likely find themselves shivering once again. Low temperatures later next week will settle into the teens in Amarillo. As I mentioned earlier, the 20s around Dallas. How about places like Chicago? There have been 4 instances where the forecast or the temperature failed to hit double digits on Christmas Day there. Yeah, the coldest reading was 1983. It was below zero all day in Chicago. Currently, the temperatures are projected to be in just the teens for Christmas in the Windy City. Yeah, records from cold outbreaks, 1983, 1989, still kind of set the standard for cold air around Christmas time in much of the northern and eastern USA, portions of Montana, North Dakota. Yeah, the mercury dipped between 35 and 50 below zero for several days around Christmas those years. Now, the cold air mass in 1983 even made it to the East Coast. Single-digit record lows in that time frame still stand today in parts of the Carolinas, believe it or not. Now, while the bitter cold seems very likely to have pre-holiday revelers shivering in the north-central USA, the bitter cold surviving in the most extreme form to the East Coast is not a sure bet right now. Whenever there's a major blast of cold air on deck, there's usually the potential for a storm to accompany or maybe precede it. Sometimes delaying the arrival of the colder air. The air is always likely to take an indirect route to the east through the Great Lakes and would have a chance to moderate a bit there. So little to no snow on the ground right now in those areas. But that's something we're going to be watching next week. And at this point, not saying anything about any precipitation accompanying that bitter cold air. Could we see areas that would normally not have a chance of a white Christmas, maybe actually seeing that here for the Christmas of 2022. Well, lo and behold, I'm looking here. Indeed, we're on Facebook or YouTube tonight. Surprise, surprise. Hired Gun is on board. Said, I just bought a 9,000-watt generator. Should be enough to run the fridge, maybe a couple of electric heaters and a few lights. I can even run my 220 stove or dryer on it. And I did just get a 220 extension cord so you can plug things in. All right. Arnie, Four Corners, Florida, welcomes you back. That's the Cincinnati Kid. All right. Let's see. Zach said that'll be enough to power the whole house. There you go. Okay, get to your calls coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. What do you say? Just another day in paradise? Scotty, got you coming up out of the box right after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, good morning to Deborah, checking in via Facebook. Morning, Steve. It's a rainy 49 degrees here in Indiana. Actually going to see temperatures going the wrong way. We're going to kind of go down to 40 during the day. Hoping everybody stays safe out there tonight in this yucky weather, especially my special driver, Woodpecker. Everybody have a great, thankful Thursday. Thankful Thursday. What's going on, Scotty?
It's another day in paradise, as I always say, but it ain't no fun in Pennsylvania right now. I had to find me a parking spot.
Already, huh?
Well, now the weather's not following you, but I was fixing to get on the turnpike, and, I'm headed to the house, but, if they're going to close everything down at 1 o'clock, I'm late, so I wasn't going to wasn't gonna make it through there.
All the travel restrictions. So I mean, the tier 1 that kicks in at 1 o'clock, right on the turnpike, is that
right?
Yep.
Right. Yep. I'm in Carlisle. Like I said, I'm trying to get over. If I could have made it through that, just that, like you said, that narrow band, I'd been all right. But I wasn't gonna be able to make it.
So how long I mean, if the precip hadn't even started, hell, you're gonna be stuck there a day or two, or what?
Yeah, they're saying till tomorrow night is what tonight, I guess.
Thursday night. Yeah.
Yeah, or 7 or 10 p.m., whatever time it was. But I just have to wait and see. I was lucky to find a parking spot. I mean, there's no trucks out here. Nobody's rolling. They're already parked. But got an email today. Match registration is open. Hard to believe truck shows are fixing to.
I saw that. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I think I got the same one. Yeah, Mid America Truck Show early registration open.
Yeah, I see. I went ahead and I registered and everything. They're charging $99 this year to take and do the VIP. For the morning of Thursday. I was like, are you kidding me? I'd never seen them charge that much for for Thursday morning anyway.
That's where they from like 11 a.m. till is it 1 or something? Just a couple of hours where you get in early, right?
Yeah, whatever time it was. Of course, I'm not paying that. It's ridiculous. But I don't know who the entertainer is for the show. I didn't recognize the name. Did you see that?
I didn't. I saw the headline. I didn't. I thought to myself, I got to pull that up later because I wanted to mention it on the show. And I'm scrolling down now. I can't find the darn thing. Maybe I deleted it. Dummy.
Dumbass. But let me see if I can find it here. Let me see.
I know the website, Mid-America Truck Show, is truckingshow.com, so I guess I can go there and probably pull up what you're saying. They already announced, like, the entertainment for Friday night, or?
Right. Something, I don't even, I've got the email pulled up, but, like I said, I didn't recognize the name. I said maybe you can pull it up and see. It says events. Huh. Anyway, you have to pull it up and look at it.
I was trying. I'm doing the same thing. I'm on the Mid America Truck Show website. Now it says last year was Clay Walker. So that says this year's the concert headliner will be announced in January, at least according to the website here.
Well, they've already. I've got them, and for some reason I can't pull up the name. It's showing a picture of him. It's something Shane, I think, or something. Evie Shane or something. I don't know who they are.
Okay.
If I can get this pulled up, I'll send it to you after a while. But like I said, I just wanted to call and like I said, I got that and let everybody know it ain't gonna be too long. And you better get a hotel room. I looked, and a lot of the hotel rooms are already booked. Of course, I'm going to stay down there at the casino where I usually stay. But
it's been years since I've been over there. I don't know, many years, and that casino was getting a little bit run down. It was like last time I was there, it seemed like a third of the machines were out of order as far as like the slots. Have they cleaned things up and got that thing spiffed up a little bit, or?
I know they changed it to Caesars, so I'm sure they have. It's now Caesar's Palace. Last time I was there wasn't much choice for meals and stuff during the week, but on the weekend everything was kicking up, which is the way most casinos are now. There's nothing goes on, during the week, but on the weekend, So
right.
I have not been there in several years, so I don't know what. I know last time you were talking about, yeah, it was run down, but no, the last time I was there, it's actually pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
But.
How about our buddy Dan? I haven't heard from him in forever and a day. You talked to Dan at all? Is he going to be coming down? Do you know?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him. He sent me a message the other morning. He probably getting ready to take and do some snow plowing and de-icing and everything. But I haven't talked to him about the show.
If memory serves, he got out of the truck and he went back to he was doing the farming thing, right? Didn't he go back to farming?
Right. Yeah, he's farming and like I said, doing the snow removal stuff in the wintertime. And he bought another truck to put a salt box on to take and spread salt. They've got a bunch of work to do during the wintertime. But
interesting. All right, I got to take a break. Hold that thought. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. At least one person is dead, several others hurt after officials say a tornado touched down in St. Charles Parish, Louisiana, Wednesday afternoon. A Louisiana mom says she's thankful she can tell everyone she survived the tornado that passed through Farmerville. It was one of many tornadoes reported across the South since Tuesday afternoon. Patsy Andrews shared the frightening moments when the tornado actually passed her home.
I heard a rushing wind like a train. And so I went to my back door. I said, who is that? And I tried to open it, but I could not open the door. So, because the wind was so heavy.
You remember Scott Peterson? He might be getting a new trial. Here's Tim Berg with more.
Scott Peterson might be granted a new trial right around the 20th anniversary of his pregnant wife's death. Prosecutors say he dumped her body into the San Francisco Bay on Christmas Eve 2002. Now a judge will soon decide if he will get a new trial after the discovery of a possible biased juror. After a status hearing Wednesday, the judge indicated she would decide by the end of December. I'm Tim Berg.
The October disappearance of 20-month-old Quentin Simon sent every level of law enforcement in Chatham County, Georgia, as well as the FBI, searching for the toddler. When his body was finally found weeks later in a landfill, the district attorney's office began outlining their case against the child's mother, Leilani. Wednesday, District Attorney Shalina Cook-Jones announced a grand jury handed up 19 charges against the woman, including malice murder for intentional killing. Here's Cook Jones opening the press briefing with these remarks.
These are the cases that keep us up at night. These are the cases that deserve justice.
Quentin's mother also faces felony murder, one count of concealing his death and several counts of making false statements during the investigation. This is USA Radio News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
Many of the medical and policy experts opened with a scathing review of how the pandemic was first handled, the rollout of care, and the disparities in treatment of people suffering and dying from COVID based on race and economic standing and access to medical care. Dr. Kizzmekia Corbett pleaded with the Congress members to continue funding research and to educate the public on pandemic preparedness before closing out the session.
Just in the past week in this country, we have averaged over about 60,000 cases per day.
Corbett, who is an assistant professor of immunology and infectious diseases at Harvard, explained the rapid rollout of COVID-19 vaccine would not be possible without continued funding of research. Over the years, the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor has gone to such luminaries as Richard Pryor, Carl Reiner, Whoopi Goldberg, Billy Crystal, George Carlin, and Ellen DeGeneres. Next year is going to the guy who made us crack up as Happy Gilmore. The John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts said Tuesday that Adam Sandler would receive the prestigious award at a gala on March 19th. Zach Wilson is moving up on the New York Jets quarterback depth chart this week. Coach Robert Saleh announced Wednesday that the benched former starter is being promoted from number 3 to the backup behind Mike White, who is dealing with a rib injury but is expected to make his 4th straight start on Sunday against the Detroit Lions. Wilson, the number 2 overall pick in last year's draft, said he was excited about the promotion. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We leave off there. Close out hour number 1, hour number 2 underway. It's 844-844-3388. All right, good morning to Marianne, who says, good morning, Steve. Good morning, overnight crew. Stay safe. God bless the truck drivers out there. Gerald, howdy, Steve. Welcome back to YouTube. We've got 45 degrees outside Cape Girardeau at this hour. Good morning from Tracy, California. Technically, it's good evening. Heat wave, good evening. Gonna grab a load for Portland, Oregon. Have to stop in Redding to swap out the rental to a company truck. I do have a story to talk about. What happened in Southern California earlier today. All right, I don't know that I've seen what happened, so we'll wait for the rest of the story. Hello from a soggy Michigan. There's the Michigan Madman. If you just joined us, Michigan Madman, you got a special one-night-only shout-out from the two-time world champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss. So good morning. There you go. Hello to Jeff. Quack, quack. Steve's back. Good morning from Mom's going back to bed. Going to be a hard day. I love the gang out there. Be safe and God bless. From the Rubber Duck. 1010 on the side. Okay, he says it's going to be a hard day. I guess this is the day they say farewell. Father passed away last week, so. All right, prayers for you today, Rubber Duck. Be strong. It's very difficult. Everybody says, be strong, right? Easier said than done. All right, back to Scotty there. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah. It's LV Shane, ELVIE Shane. It's on the website.
LV Shane,
but,
okay.
Yeah, he was America's Got Talent or something, one of those contestants, but I've never heard of him.
Huh.
But, yeah, you have to look him up and read the Wikipedia on him, but, you know, I guess he's got an album out, you know, but, you know. So you got all your Christmas lights up?
Yeah, the lights are up. The little lights are twinkling.
Dang. All ready for Christmas then, huh?
Well, we're 10 days away. It's about time. Hadn't wrapped any presents yet, but yeah, that's somewhere between now. You're going to have a little wrapping party.
Yeah. That sounds like fun. Book me another cruise for next year. Are you going to do a cruise?
I have no intentions at this point, no.
Yeah, I swear. But no, I booked one for next September. A 16-day cruise.
16 days? Are you doing the Hawaii thing or what?
Yeah. No, it's actually going to be a Panama Canal.
Oh, okay.
Going to leave Seattle. Going to leave Seattle and take and do Cabo San Lucas and then Colombia and Costa Rica. Panama Canal, and then come back to New Orleans on the Carnival Spirit.
That'll be different. Okay. I've thought about it. A lot of folks over the years, like, they've said Alaska. I never did it. You've done it, and I guess I don't think I need to do it, do I? Panama Canal. A lot of folks want to do that. The only problem is it's so long. You got to. Not a lot of people can get 2 consecutive weeks off.
Right. Oh yeah, it's going to be it's what they call a Journeys cruise. But a lot of the cruises they do are what they call just a partial transit. But this is repositioning the ship from doing Alaska down to New Orleans. I think it'll eventually, like I said, it goes into New Orleans, but I think it's going to be one that goes out of some other port down there. Like I said, it's going into New Orleans with with the cruise I'm doing, but then it moves again. And I don't know if it's going to Mobile or where it's going.
Gotcha.
There are no cruises going out of Fort Lauderdale anymore. Carnival does not do cruises out of Fort Lauderdale.
Really?
Yeah. And I don't know what the deal is with that, but, of course, that's where we always like to cruise out of, and I've looked, but there's nothing out of there. But anyway.
I'll be darned, sir. Because we had taken some, we had sailed out of Port Canaveral several times, and of course we did that the one year, once or twice we did Miami, didn't we? Because we stayed in Fort Lauderdale, had to take the bus down to the Port of Miami.
Right, I didn't go on that one, but yes, I know y'all went out of Miami, went out of Tampa one time.
Yep, one time.
But other than that, most of the time it was Fort Lauderdale. And like I said, I have not heard what happened. But, you know, of course, that was so convenient for the hotel being right there and everything, you know.
Correct.
But anyway. Well, I'll get off here and let you get on with your rat killing there. And if I don't talk to you before Christmas, y'all have a Merry Christmas.
Well, good to hear from you. I thought about you the other day, and I think I was asking Big Ed if he'd heard from you, and because is everything going all right? Still out there moving the freight, right?
Oh yeah. Making the dime to pay Uncle Sam, you know. About it.
There you go. Yeah, just save up for those cruises. All right. Well, Scotty, thanks for checking in. Let me see here. I'm trying to recall. Bourbon Street Gary. Hey, I saw he had chimed in last evening. He was on Facebook there and said hello. We got a little special surprise package in the mail this past day. I got out of bed this evening, and I recognized that little frozen container, Omaha Steaks. Yeah, they send it in that the cooler thing with the dry ice in it. I got special delivery of Omaha Steaks from Gary and Becky. That was very thoughtful of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I love those Omaha Steaks. It's been a while. Been a few years since we've had that, but good stuff. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas. 13 past the hour. It's 844-3388. Yeah, lo and behold, horse feathers. Last evening, as a matter of fact, I was asking, we heard anything new about the railroad workers being, after that contract they didn't want, well, at least 4 of the 12 unions did not want, voted down, but forced down their throat by congressional intervention, which was signed by the president. Hadn't really heard anything. Well, that was 24 hours ago. Came across the headline this past day. The rail workers are airing their frustrations, holding rallies and a vote. I said this a couple of weeks ago, suggesting, these tens of thousands of unionized employees, they select leadership, right? You have union leadership. And when those leaders go in to hold their discussions and their negotiations, when those leaders accept a deal that the rank and file are not pleased with, I'm thinking, doesn't that kind of urinate off the rank and file and they say, we want new leadership? Because the deal that was come up with back in September in those last hour negotiations within literally less than hours before the impending strike, was a deal that obviously many thousands of them did not want. Looks like, indeed, they're voicing their frustrations and saying, we want the leadership out of here. We want new leaders. Railroad workers fed up with the demanding work schedules and disappointed in the contract they received, airing their frustrations at rallies across the country this week and in a leadership vote at one of the biggest unions. Workers gathered in Washington, D.C., as well as nearly a dozen other locations around the country on Tuesday to emphasize their quality of life concerns and their fight for paid sick leave after Congress intervened in the stalled contract talks earlier this month and shoved that deal down their throats, the deal that they had rejected. Thousands of engineers voted to oust their longtime union president, although the results will not be final until next week, they tell us. The 5-year contract that roughly 115,000 workers in 12 unions received, including the raises, $5,000 in bonuses, and 1 additional paid leave day. But the unions say that did not do enough to address their quality of life concerns. Of course, the president had urged Congress to get involved because of the potential economic damage that would have come with a rail strike. Too much for this country to bear. But that action left many workers disappointed. Lawmakers opted not to require the railroads to add that additional sick time. The American people should know that while this round of collective bargaining is over, the underlying issues facing the workforce and the rail customers remain, according to the Transportation Trades Department coalition of the AFL-CIO that includes all the rail unions. Over the last 7 years, the freight railroad industry has moved to a business model that has cut their workforces to the bone, devastated worker morale, creating unsustainable working conditions throughout the industry, and put the safety of their workers and the American public at risk at the same time. Roughly 45,000 job cuts across the industry as railroads overhauled their operations over the past several years. That has increased the workload for everyone that remains and prompted the railroads to adopt strict attendance policies that make it all but impossible for workers to take a day off. They don't need as many workers as they used to because they've cut down on the number of trains and locomotives they're using by relying on longer trains with a mix of freight that run on a tighter schedule. Now, the railroads did agree as part of the contract to try to improve the way the regular days off are scheduled through ongoing additional negotiations at each railroad, but it's not yet clear how much of a difference these changes are going to make to engineers and conductors who say they're now essentially on call 24/7. One of the other concessions railroads made was to offer engineers and conductors 3 unpaid days off per year to tend to medical events, as long as they schedule their appointments at least 30 days ahead of time. All right, so the workers not happy about it. So indeed, they are out there voicing their frustrations, but that's about all they can do, right? Voice their frustrations. Now, what about the vote to oust the union leader? Let's see. The engineers union narrowly approved the deal, while the union that represents conductors rejected it. More than half the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen union members who voted this week backed the challenger, guy by the name of Eddie Hall, over Dennis Pierce, who had led the union for the last 12 years. Officials say those results will not be certified until next Monday, after any challenges to the vote might be resolved. Pierce, who was one of the leaders of the large bargaining coalition that represented the unions in the contract talks with all the major freight railroads over the past 3 years, declined to comment on those election results. He said he thinks the vote clearly shows that engineers just aren't satisfied with our leadership. The win is remarkable given that Hall was little known among the union nationally before he was nominated by the workers in his division there in the state of Arizona. So a bit of a change in the leadership, at least at one of the bigger unions. 844-844-3388. That's our number. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I'm seeing a lot of folks checking in via YouTube this morning. You're kind of saying, oh, I wondered where you went. Welcome back, all that good stuff. Yeah, keep this in mind. If you tune in some night and we're not on YouTube, yeah, we are still on the Facebook. We are still on the app. If you have not yet downloaded the app to your Android or your iPhone, it's very simple. Yeah, iPhone, go to the Apple Store or whatever it is, the Android, the Google Play. You enter overnightdriveradio.com. And that's where it'll pop up. You have to have the .com on there, overnightdriveradio.com. Yeah, simple push of the button. It will download the app. It's a free app, and then you can listen in anytime. The app, of course, has all the live shows. Now, the podcasts, whether we're on YouTube or not, the podcasts are carried on all the various, but that's, again, after the show ends, the podcast gets loaded sometime later in the morning. You can't get the live show on all those various podcast locations, but yeah, we've been here, for the entirety of the, quote, YouTube jail, whatever it's about, and I still don't know what this particular round was about. I thought it was a permanent ban, quite honestly. So, again, download. We're here. If you don't find us on YouTube, we are still here. Just listen in via one of the alternative methods, okay? Let's see. Who we got? There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in. Mega Person, wow, happy to see you back. You see, there's another. Been wondering where you went. Yes, we've been here. Michigan Madman. Thank you, Lauren Weiss, for the shout-out. I actually did join the program a bit late tonight, so we didn't hear that special shout-out. Good morning, Steve and Kevin the Cat. Right now, 40 degrees in Fort Worth, Texas. If AccuWeather is correct about Dallas temperatures around Christmas, I'm going to have to buy some more kerosene to stay warm in the event the power goes out. Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen. But again, I don't know how much has changed since the freezing incident that occurred. And I remember when the power went out, I remember how many people had burst pipes in their home. Of course, the heat was off. They didn't have a backup source of heat. They left their homes to stay with friends or family elsewhere. Come back home to find the entire inside of the home is flooded and iced over. I remember, seeing all those videos and whatnot, the devastation that had occurred there. So I guess one thing people might need to remember now, if the power goes off and you're going to go to find an alternative place to stay, a hotel or something like that, maybe shut off the water from the outside. Cut off the water into the home when you leave, because there's way too many people that dealt with one heck of a mess. All right, Hillbilly Tech's on board. We've got rain, 46 degrees off the exit 81, the big I-75. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. 5-1, let's see, 81, drizzle and fog, southwest South Carolina. Got the T-shirt and the AC. Sorry about that. You just hang in there, 5-7. You just hang in there. You hear that? Next week, leading up to Christmas, we're talking maybe even some record lows in the Carolinas. You're going to be singing a little different tune. At least I have a sneaky suspicion you will. Good morning, Senor Heatwave. What's happening out there?
Oh, I wish it was a lot better than what it was. Good morning, Senor. Yeah, 5-7, you are going to be in for one hell of a surprise when that cold weather comes to you. We've got this last Labor Day weekend, we had to get ourselves a rental truck because the rental truck that we had, which was a 2022 Freightliner, the air valve would not release and fully, and so we were blowing tires out at an unprecedented rate. We'd go 1,000 miles and blow 3 tires about every 300 miles. And on the way back, we were blowing tires about every hour or so.
What the?
So they give us another tractor, which used to be a heavy equipment tractor. A little cramped, but it worked. And all this time, no one has been able to give it back to Penske. So we've been using it as a regular tractor that's got a yellow sticker on it saying, operated by YRC.
Mm-hmm.
And they got a real strict rule at these terminals that no shiny wheels or third-party carrier is supposed to stay on the property longer than 30 minutes. And what happened is this brand new kid comes patrolling around the Bloomington, California yard, and he gets the big head and decides we have to go. Now, my co-driver's pretty new to the company, so he didn't know what the hell we were leaving for. And unfortunately for him, not my co-driver, for the other guy, it woke me up out of my bear sleep. Because whenever I go to sleep in a sleeper, I sleep like a damn bear. In the wintertime, there ain't nothing going to wake me up except for his scrawny little ass. So I told my co-driver, turn around, get back into the yard. I go up to dispatch and I ask, who the hell has the authority to throw us, company drivers, out of the yard while we're...
Well, hold that thought. We'll come back with the rest of the story after this.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. U.S. import prices fell for a 5th straight month in November, pulled down by declining costs for petroleum products and a strong dollar, supporting the view that inflation could continue to moderate in the months ahead. President Joe Biden announced an agreement aimed at bolstering trade ties between the United States and Africa on Wednesday, after years in which the continent took a backseat to other U.S. priorities as China made inroads with investments and trade. The United States is all in on Africa's future, Biden told African leaders attending a 3-day summit in Washington. Survivors of mass shootings targeting U.S. LGBT nightclubs detailed the violence they endured and criticized inflammatory political rhetoric in a congressional hearing on Wednesday. We are being slaughtered and dehumanized across this country in communities you took oaths to protect, said Matthew Haynes, owner of the Club Q nightclub in Colorado Springs, Colorado. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane level.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, so apparently while some areas are improving out west, other areas are still shut down. So my old pal Taz posted a couple hours ago. Well, I'm parked in Montpelier, Idaho, hoping that I-80 in Wyoming clears up tomorrow. Everybody have a great night. So he's still stuck. Hey, some are moving, others not. That was a big storm, though. All right, let me get back and, okay, so we encountered a young Barney Fife, apparently, there in California past day.
Well, I mean, they're trying to collect a bounty for any truck that stays over 30 minutes. That's not a company truck. And I voiced my concerns to the dispatcher. I get back to the truck, and here he comes driving up on his forklift to tell me we have to leave. And most people who know me as a mellow kind of guy. Don't get mad. Nothing really bugs me. But that bugged me. And I let that kid know under no certain terms that, it says YRC on the doors. I said, my co-driver is new and he can't really hear very well. And you're not speaking very clearly to me either. And I said, next time you ask for a badge, an ID badge, if they say they work for you, I said, who else is going to be sticking these damn stickers on the doors of the tractors besides YRC or yellow personnel? Good night. They just so gung-ho to do something out here. And I guess it was the dock manager, which was out there with a radio giving him thumbs up. And my co-driver seen that and give him a bird. So I'm sure he wasn't real thrilled with that, and I went ahead and updated my shop steward in Albuquerque what had happened. But I mean, like I said, there is no unity in a union. It looks real nice and shiny on top, but you get past that veneer finish, and it is just as fractured as any other industry out here. I'm not going to leave it. I'm just going to have to learn to lump it, I guess. But, and then they wonder why morale is so bad, especially here. It's like, well, if you can't see it for yourself, then I feel sorry for you. I guess it's a bliss to be ignorant of what's going on around you. But not if you know it. So I don't know. But yeah, it's been, traffic out here. I mean, once I finally went back to the sleeper, I couldn't sleep. It's been about 8 hours since that incident happened, and oh yeah. Well, at least we're not climbing over the mountain there on 80. We're just going to be heading up 5, going towards Redding and swapping out and going to Portland. Have you seen anything on the weather road reports about the I-5 there in Northern California and Southern Oregon? If they've had any issues with the roads out that way?
Yeah, I can't say that I've seen anything there, no.
Okay. Well, I mean, all I can tell you is it's cold out here, and it is a moist cold, which I'm sure these people are real happy about, because, I mean, it was a dry heat earlier this year out this way, baking everybody. So, But, we as humans, we just ain't happy about anything. It's too hot. It's too cold. It's
exactly.
too windy. It's too still, too cloudy, too wet, too dry. Well, I guess God knew what he was doing when he made us, and he knew what he was in for when he gave us the free will to say, hey, this sucks. But other than that, we're trudging right along, and it was really a surprise to be able to get that and break free from our route. And we still haven't heard whether or not we are going to be able to get the runs that we lost due to this change of operations, or if they're just going to stick with what they got and try it again in the springtime. Because I tell you what, Steve, I am losing money out here, along with a lot of other people in the West. And that's not what we're out here to do. We're out here to make money. But, it would be nice if we could sue management for being stupid. But then that would open a can of worms for a lot of people out there having lawsuits, and the courts would be busy forever. So other than that, that's what we got going on. So I had a hell of a light show last night. I guess y'all were missing out on the Leonis meteor shower?
The Geminids peaked there Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. Yes, I missed out entirely.
Oh yeah. Tell you what, I had a lot of good views from the stars coming down, meteorites coming down, and I know someone's going to say, "Hey, it's Meteorite Boy!" Yay! But oh well. But you ever notice that when they do come down, it looks like they go from east to west for some reason? Not really. I've not noticed them, coming in from any other direction. It's always a east to west. Maybe it's just me. I don't know, but that's what my observations have been. But yeah, it was nice in Arizona. It really was. So, well, Senor, I guess I'll let you go. You have yourself a good morning, and drivers, let's be careful out there. Stay warm.
You got
Stay safe.
Thanks for checking in. All right, what do we see here? It's no wonder that many areas, the roads are still impassable. When you look at the sheer amount of snow, snowfall totals have now hit the 3-foot mark in parts of South Dakota. Wow. Yeah, the update here about 20 minutes ago. The blizzard of the North Central Plains beginning to wind down, but very impressive snowfall totals have been observed, although the snow is difficult to measure given the blowing and the drifting. Deadwood, South Dakota, had 36 inches of snow. Several locations in the state have received over 2 feet of snow. Further to the east, snow is still falling in Duluth, Minnesota, where over a foot has accumulated there. Earlier on Wednesday, Duluth met the official criteria of blizzard. The official definition, 3 hours of visibility 1/4 mile or less, with winds gusting over 35 miles per hour. Thunder snow is not one of the qualifiers for a blizzard, but Duluth also did have a report of thunder with the snow there. On the soggy side of the storm, on back down south, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, a couple of hours ago, they say Hattiesburg experienced flash flooding Wednesday night as creeks and waterways in the city poured over their banks and spilled into the roadways, according to the local police. The area had been under a flash flood warning as early as 3:30 this past afternoon, local time. By 4 in the afternoon, photos posted by the Hattiesburg Police Department showing floodwaters from Gordons Creek covering a section of the road in downtown Hattiesburg. Crews are out right now getting a lot of the vehicles that had been stuck out there from the water. AccuWeather's forecaster Tony LeBach was live in the city delivering that report near a flooded parking lot that he said had just been cleared after numerous stuck vehicles had to be towed away. So Hattiesburg, a couple of the updates. How about folks without power tonight? From about 4 hours ago, over 47,000 customers across Louisiana without power Wednesday evening as that severe weather rumbled through the state. The majority of the outages were concentrated in the southeast corner of the state, with over 21,000 without power in Jefferson Parish. That's likely where a tornado had struck. Marrero, Louisiana, earlier Wednesday. It's about Marrero, about 9 miles southwest of downtown New Orleans. And the storm had prompted a shelter-in-place order for the University of New Orleans as well as Tulane University. Another 13,000 customers without power in the neighboring parish of Orleans. And, of course, Wednesday was, again, day number 3 of this severe weather outbreak. Tornadoes tearing through Louisiana and Mississippi, bringing deadly hazards, injuring dozens, and mass destruction. Photos captured throughout the day showcasing the devastation across those 2 states. The second straight day, tornadoes have hit in southern areas of the USA. All right, officials in the St. Bernard Parish confirming a tornado touchdown in that New Orleans suburb of Arabi, Louisiana. Major damage there this past afternoon. Local firefighters and police were assessing the damage. Officials urging residents stay out of the area until further notice. A local news camera captured the tornado on the ground in Arabi and the lower 9th Ward. These areas beleaguered with severe weather this year. That same area was also hit with the tornado that rampaged through the area back in March, which destroyed dozens of homes and buildings. All right, back to the phones we go. See what's going on with Curtis this morning. Hey there, Curtis. What's happening?
Yo, how you been? Been a long time, sir. Well, hopefully stay out of penitentiary for a while.
Yeah, hopefully. I wouldn't hold my breath, though.
What makes you go in penitentiary?
Oh, it's something that either I say or somebody says that they deem to be misinformation or could be that could be hurtful or hateful. I don't have no idea. So
It's just a Rubik's Cube kind of thing. Well, anything. Remember we used to be on WWDA in the mornings. I would always listen to Cold Report, where they would give the mines. And are there any mines going anymore.
Oh, yeah. There's still coal operations, not nearly as much as there used to be, but we're still generating a lot of electricity in this country using coal.
22%, I think.
Well, otherwise, you all ready for Christmas there, Curtis?
22%, I think. Oh, yes, sir.
All right.
Yep. And hopefully I'll get some Skyline chili for Christmas.
Did you ever finally try it? Did you do the side by side?
I haven't tried it yet, but
no?
I'm going to order myself some because I got you on my website, and hopefully Santa will give me a little bit extra money, and I'll get some and give it a test drive.
Okay.
And the hot dogs, are they different from regular hot dogs?
Yeah, they're a little smaller. Yeah, they're a little smaller than your traditional hot dogs. Yeah, Skyline and Gold Star, they both use, I guess your traditional hot dog bun's like a 5-inch bun. Yeah, Gold Star, Skyline, they use 4-inch buns. Yeah, so the hot dog's a little shorter because they fit inside. Yeah, everything's a little smaller. All right, there, it's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I pulled up some numbers for you there, Curtis. Coal consumption. Coal consumption within the electric power sector in the U.S. actually rose to 501.43 million short tons, as they call it, in 2021. In the past decade, there have been a marked decline in the use of coal for electricity generation. Coal consumption actually peaked between 2005 and 2008, when over 1 billion short tons were used every year. Now, with the promotion of natural gas as a bridge fuel toward a greener power sector, coal being considered the dirtiest of fossil fuels, it has fallen out of favor, of course. Natural gas has actually succeeded coal in becoming the main fuel type used for electricity generation here in the United States. Coal is used primarily by the power sector. An Edison plant built for New York City in 1882 was the first coal-fired electricity plant in the U.S. By the 50s, coal was considered the leading source for fuel for electricity generation. Declines in coal usage occurred around 2007. The increased ability of renewables and natural gas. Apart from the use of thermal coal for power production, coking coal is an important raw material used for steel making, and the industrial sector still consumes about 1 quadrillion British thermal unit every year. The U.S. is now considered third largest consumer of coal in the world, following China and India. China's consumption exceeds the total of many other countries combined, reaching 82.27. Now, there's a word I'm not familiar with. Exajoules. To the 82.27 exajoules. To the United States is 9.2 exajoules. So there's some of your numbers. Down, well, primarily, looking at the chart there, about half the consumption we were using coal in this country versus what we did, say, back 2005 to 2008. Those were the peaks. Good morning to the Rambler here on a Thursday morning. What's happening?
Well, praise God, Steve. And I tell you, I'm over here at my first store in Kenner, and that's just right outside of New Orleans. And to let everyone know, old Brother Rambler's all right. And for those of you who don't know, I do not live here in New Orleans. I actually live in the port city of Mobile, Alabama. But, man, this 2 times in 1 year that this city took a pounding,
Direct hit with the tornado. Yeah, there were several this past day. Close to New Orleans.
The first one they said was right around St. Charles Parish. That would be the LaPlace Reserve area, and I'm going to be going right through there. I talked to the manager, and they said they were standing outside. They watched the funnel cloud come over, and it touched down right in the Mississippi River, went over there to a little old town called Kelowna, Louisiana, and they said a woman and her child lost her life there. And then they had one touch down around Marrero, and that's not far from my store over there in Booty, and that's not Booty, but Booty, Boutte. How
okay.
They spell that town. Yeah. And then Gretna got hit, and that's not far from Metairie, Harahan area out there. But Arabi, that's not far from Algiers, and of course they got hit back in March. And then Chalmette, and Chalmette's down towards like you said, the lower ninth and all that stuff. And man, I tell you. But hey, you know what? We're all right, God's children. And, like this tornado hitting and people losing their lives, like the football coach, Mike Leach, that lost his life. Mm-hmm. It's the Christmas season. I know a lot of people don't talk to other people either by some reason. Family members rubbed them wrong or someone's happened. Try and reach out. Because, the book of James says, Steve, we're just a vapor. We're a wisp of smoke. Here 1 minute, gone the next. And you don't know when your time is going to come. And we all have a time. God has our number set. We're going to leave this world one day. You don't want to be the one going to a funeral, hugging a casket, saying, I wish. Instead of wishing, do something. If you know their address, buy them a Christmas card. Don't put your return address. Just send it to them. And open up the line of communication, Like I said, I had a lot of reasons to hate Dirty Diapers because he did abandon my family. And I'm not bad-mouthing my father, but I got to tell the truth. And he was here, he tell the truth. Dirty Diapers didn't abandon one family. He abandoned 3 families. And I don't know why he did it. Well, I know why he did it with our family, but I could have spent the rest of my life hating that man. Chose not to, and you have a choice, God's children.
Mm-hmm. And as you're speaking, Rambler, you didn't get a new Bluetooth yet, did you? Because you are fading fast.
Oh, Lord. Really?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Steve.
Yeah, you're getting quieter and quieter.
No, I didn't, man. I didn't get a new Bluetooth. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, barely.
All right. Well, God's children, I know you got to approach the break, but know this, that I love you. If you could still hear me, God's children, know that love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And Jesus can love you, and he does. Or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And like I said, reach out to someone. God bless you. Good night, Steve.
All right. You noticed that it was a little bit quiet when he started, but is each passing moment quieter. I said he's going to fade away, fade into the blue. All right. Good to hear from you, Brother Rambler. Glad you're safe. Thanks for the update, though, there. Yeah, he does making those deliveries at the O'Reilly Auto Parts stores in and around the New Orleans area. All right. Most of the 3G networks, cellular networks, have shut down already this year, but I think there's one pretty big one left, and you only have days remaining. I'll give you an update on that coming up after the news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A Longview, Washington man has been arrested for allegedly making death threats to dozens of members of Congress. Federal prosecutors say 48-year-old Mark Leonetti made a number of rambling calls to various members of Congress, often with anti-Semitic undertones. U.S. Attorney Nick Brown says many of them included threats of violence, targeting people, many people at least that were Jewish or that he believed to be Jewish. The DOJ wouldn't say which members of Congress were targeted, citing its long-standing policy of not naming victims. The case is still being investigated by the FBI, and if convicted, Leonetti faces up to 5 years in prison for each count. At least one person is dead, several others hurt after a tornado struck St. Charles Parish in Louisiana. Parish President Matthew Jewell says search and rescue operations are underway, and several agencies are offering aid to tornado victims. A temporary shelter is also open at the community center for anyone who feels unsafe in their home.
We're in coordination right now with the United Way of St. Charles Parish. Additionally, we're also in coordination with the Red Cross, Second Harvest Food Bank, Catholic Charities, And so if we have residents who are in need, we do want them to contact the St. Charles Parish EOC.
Republican state leaders are asking for changes in TikTok.
Google and Apple are being asked to raise their age ratings for TikTok by Republican state leaders. 15 state attorneys general sent letters to the CEOs of both companies. Montana's attorney general saying the teen or 12-plus rating is too low because the app promotes drugs and alcohol use, glorifies eating disorders, and encourages illegal and dangerous challenges. I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
This view was worth the hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yup, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
Border officials say they're bracing for an increase in immigration when Trump-era restrictions, known as Title 42, are lifted December 21st. Drug enforcement officials are worried about the possibility of an increase in drugs such as fentanyl being smuggled across the border at the same time. Here's Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco.
The DEA has taken an approach where they have established 2 counter-threat teams. This is the kind of approach you take to organizations that pose a national security threat. 2 sailors and a dog lost at sea for 10 days are back on dry land thanks to a sharp-eyed tanker crew member. Kevin Hyde and Joe DiTomaso were reported missing 9 days after leaving Cape Hatteras on a 30-foot sailboat headed to Florida. The 2 were adrift for days until they flagged down the tanker Silver Moona about 200 miles off the coast of Delaware Tuesday. Hyde said the boat was disabled in a storm that blew them off course.
We were going to turn south into Hatteras, and just as we got to that point, a huge storm blew up and just blew us off course, and I lost part of my mast. So I didn't have the power to make the turn. So by that time, we were just being pushed out to sea farther and farther.
Seattle Seahawks quarterback Geno Smith addressed the media ahead of their Thursday night matchup against the San Francisco 49ers. Smith said in order to limit the impact of Nick Bosa, the team needs to be dynamic and limit his chances. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back on a Thursday morning. Another hour, another time zone. 15th day of December. Yeah, so with the end of the year fast approaching, the final 3G cellular network is preparing to go offline. Throughout the year, mobile carriers have been phasing out those 3G networks. The first was back in February when AT&T closed the door on their 3G. The final 3G sunset will be taking place on December 31st when Verizon takes their network offline. Of course, as companies make the move away from 3G, drivers need to ensure your electronic logging devices that you operate are using a 4G network or higher. Any drivers still using an ELD dependent on 3G cellular will lose service at the end of the month. After the new year, devices reliant on 3G connectivity will no longer be in compliance with the ELD rule and will register a malfunction. Now, according to the rules, the carrier has 8 days to get that malfunction resolved, in this case by replacement, unless an extension is granted. Ahead of this 3G sunset, the FMCSA suggests that drivers confirm whether your ELD relies on a 3G network. If it does not rely on 3G and meets all the minimum requirements, that's all you need to do. If you are on a 3G network, ask your ELD provider about their plan for upgrading or replacing your device to one that will be supported after the 3G sunset. And, of course, take the necessary action as soon as possible to avoid any compliance issues. Any drivers that still have a 3G-dependent ELD are encouraged to upgrade their equipment to avoid service interruptions. Contact your manufacturer if you're not sure of what network your device runs on. Questions regarding compliance can be sent to eld@dot.gov. Now, while some have expressed concerns over the ability to upgrade their devices, fearing a lack of product availability or shipping delays, don't be too concerned. Back in February, Landline spoke to a number of ELD manufacturers. An overwhelming majority of those companies said they had a plan in place to assist customers in maintaining your ELD compliance. I was thinking with that story, there was one other issue. I guess there's a number of things that rely on internet connectivity and whatnot. And a few months ago, I think, Jolly Green Giant had called in. Recall, he was on a CPAP machine. And the requirement to download, and apparently for, I forget how many months it was, like it was the 3G sunset. His CPAP was using a 3G network to download that information to wherever it was supposed to get to, and for months and months, that information was not being transmitted. I guess he had the chip in the CPAP machine, so they did have records that went back however much memory that chip had, so the data was available there. But how many of the older, I guess, CPAP machines may be also using that 3G connectivity? It's another item you might want to check on if you have to download that information to maintain your medical card. All right, there you go. Points to ponder. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Brain Dead. What's happening out there?
Oh, playing in traffic, Steve. Hey, did you ever get that answer last night about the 500 billion Gillicoins that Gilligan was talking about?
Yeah, for the most, I think he said pretty much he ain't interested in no Gillicoins.
Well, see, here's the thing you have to remember. See, I looked at the conversion rate here a little while ago when I took my break. See, it's either one buffalo chip or two cow patties. But either way it goes, it's a bunch of crap.
That's it.
Yeah. But let me get to Senor Slacker and what he was saying. we had a bunch of those rental trucks that we were using on the city side, and we got confused, even with our signs on, as being purchase transportation. I mean, we had, YRC freight, or yellow freight, whatever, on the doors, and a lot of the guys, I know the guys on the dock that work the yard, and they're looking at me like, hey, you're not supposed to be here. I know, but, where am I supposed to be at if I work here? It's just, sometimes the wheel is turning, but the hamster's dead,
Mm-hmm.
But he was talking about the morale. I mean, like I say, I work on the dock side. And, yeah, morale is low because a lot of the older guys that were here in the contract of 19, such as myself, got fed a lot of bull crap from Ernie Souls. Ernie Souls said that we got our 15% back. And when you put the math to the numbers, it's a lie. We didn't get nothing back. I mean, when you look at it like this, the guys at the bottom of the board, and I don't know where it is, but I think it's like about $20 or $22 an hour. Starting out here was a CDL guy. That's at our terminal, don't anywhere else. But why would you come here and work at $22 an hour when you can go just down the road to one of our competitors and start at 26? There's your 15%.
Mm-hmm.
If you want people to come and stay, pay them the money. And also too, like you said, the whole the line haul bonus. Okay, well the dock guys got nothing. So what's our morale? That's part of the thing. But also too, the upper management is also part of the problem, because a lot of us want to do a good job. But when you have the upper roadway management holdovers from before the merger and the upper yellow holdovers from before the merger, they're battling one another. And one will set a policy down and another one will change the policy to something different, and it's a back and forth. We don't know what to do. But honestly, too, we were talking about last night with the whole change of operation, and like I said, they need to take the handcuffs off this guy at FedEx, because he knows how their systems work and how they run. And unless these antiques get out of up there, they're not going to compete. You can't have one of your competitors come over and say, hey, this is how we were doing it at FedEx or Saia or whoever. Here, let me help you turn your company around, and fight the guy to make the proper changes. I mean, honestly, I don't know of any company that would bring the competition over just to say, oh, we're going to handcuff you. You can't do what you want. You got to do what we want.
Crazy times, brain dead. Crazy times. Will they ever get it right? Because I mean, this isn't something that just started here this year or last year. I mean, they've been dealing with this for 10, 15 years.
Oh yeah, and this is the thing. And I talked to a buddy of mine at ABF some months back. I don't know if he's listening tonight or not. But do you remember when ABF bought Carolina many moons ago? They didn't keep Carolina around much longer after the merger. So this company, if they're going to grow, they're going to have to get rid of those names, not New Penn, Holland, and Reddaway, just like how they did Dugan and Glenmore. Because remember, if I remember this right, Steve, and you can refresh my memory, when Yellow went on, Yellow or YRC at the time went on that buying spree. Remember after the merger, they bought all the USFs. It wasn't long until they got rid of Dugan. They absorbed Dugan, which Dugan was Southeast, if I remember right, because Holland's the Midwest, Reddaway's the Northwest, and they got rid of Glenmore, which if I remember right, Glenmore was doing the interlining between the different USF terminals. Like, you'd have a load from Dugan that would go to Reddaway or vice versa or whatever. But why are they still holding on to these names? You remember last night I told you, it's all the confusion.
Mm-hmm.
You go into the same place and pick up freight. There's a Holland trailer sitting there. They're loading Holland's trailers, and you're coming in picking up 5 skids. going the same direction, going to the same place. It makes zero. This company does nothing that makes zero sense. We're tired of the BS. We're tired of the crap. It's like this change of operation. Okay, let's get it done and over with. Let's try to push forward to turn the company around, and let's quit BSing about it. But the upper management has got to pay attention, and they're so antique, Steve. Like I've told you many a times, they're so antique. It's not 1995 no more. It's 2022. Time to get with the program. My ELD device is a 4G device, and I'm wondering when are they going to get rid of 4G? Crazy times, Steve.
Yes, sir.
But something else I was going to tell you, and hell, I totally slipped my mind tonight. But
well, how's Dingbat's therapy going? She started therapy about a week ago, right? Everything going okay?
Well, we're trying electroshock therapy to get her from being a Gator fan to maybe a Bama fan, but I don't think that's going to happen by this Christmas. Maybe next Christmas she'll be a Bama fan.
Uh-huh.
But she got that. We got that ugly sweater already ready for this year. We're ready. But no, Tennessee, Clemson. I know we got that bowl game coming up. We just lost our wide receiver to the draft, so it's going to be an interesting game because people that I've been talking to saying, push comes to shove, we're going to get blowed out again. But let me get in the terminal, Steve. I'll talk to you later.
All right, have a good morning. Appreciate the update. Thanks for checking in. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. First, from the email bag, who we got here? Morning, Steve and the Overnight crew. Have a safe weekend from Big John in Kingston, Ohio. It's raining here. Yeah, rains are, wind. It's still a little sprinkly out there outside the bunker, but, a little rain off and on, but things really beginning to wind. I think the wind's beginning to kick up, though. Things going to start cooling off, right? Let's see. Chrome Nuts on board from Memphis, Michigan. Steve, thanks for all the information on the weather. You give the best reports. And in regards to generators, I put a standby generator in my house back in April, 14,000 watts. Cost about $10,000. And they're not too easy to come by today either. It took me 4 months to get mine. The worst part was actually the installation. I had somebody do it for me. But I'll be standing by listening to the show tonight. Sounds like a good one. All right, Chrome Nuts, thank you very much. There's Jeff. Good morning. Rolling south on I-95. Headed to Florida. A little foggy, but still warm out here tonight. Stay safe, drivers. And Craig, one last here in regards to the bitterly cold. It's going to be coming even into the deep south here next week. Yeah, concerns about Florida. Yeah, I mentioned if you leave the home, you might want to cut the water off. He said, Steve, when it comes to the whole frozen pipes thing, I also heard if you lose your power and you have to abandon your home, yeah, they say put some antifreeze in your drains and your toilets. Yeah, a lot of homes are built on concrete slabs, so a frozen drain could be quite expensive if you have to break up the floor to get to the drain. You know, that's probably correct. Yeah, I mean, that's as far as your toilets go. If it gets cold enough and you know, that water in the commode freezes solid, it'll bust that commode right in half. Pop. All right, back to the calls at 844-3388. Jump right to Philip on board this morning. Hey there.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Off to work we go.
You got it. I don't think I'd want to put antifreeze in the toilet down here in Florida. You know, we've got drain fields down here. We got septic systems. And I don't think they really like that antifreeze out there in that sand.
Now, you probably don't have too much concerns about frozen pipes where you are, right?
Well, it's gotten down to freezing down here, but the only thing the thing that is with freezing down here is it doesn't stay all the time like it does like in Ohio.
Yeah.
Usually during the heat of the day, you know, you get in the 50s and the 40s and the 50s and it gets above freezing. You don't have that problem, but I don't know if I'd want to put antifreeze in my toilet. I tell you what, and I don't know if you've ever dealt with a septic system before, but if you mess up that septic system as far as what the foam and all that stuff that's inside of it, you could have a little bomb on your hand, if you know what I mean. So, I mean, you got to be careful with that. Did you get my article on that only going to one pilot?
Yes, I pulled that story up, and I have it on the screen before me. How about that?
That's some scary stuff now, isn't it?
You think they'll ever go for that? You can't.
I don't think so.
Because there are incidents where, you know, one may have a medical issue, and if you have a heart attack or a stroke or whatever, blackout, whatever, you got to have somebody there for backup.
Well, that's what the theory was behind the co-pilot forever. It's always been the co-pilot has been there in case the captain goes out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's always been the theory, and also in some crews they run a third person, which is usually like an engineer, and they watch the fuel and that kind of stuff and the balance, and they have to do that. I mean, because there's just so much stuff going on in them airplanes that you can't. To run one person, I don't know if one person can handle all the stress of everything at once. You know what I mean? There's just so much stuff in it. But then again, with all this autonomous stuff going on, who knows what an airplane's going to be like? Who knows what a freight train's going to be like? Who knows what a semi's going to be like?
Right.
If it ever goes that way, and it's scary stuff to think about, but it could happen. You never know. So. Everything's going electric and whatnot, and they want to do that. And Steve, do you like drag racing? I know you like drag racing, right?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you ever heard of Bradenton, Florida?
Absolutely.
All right. So me and my son, we like going down there to Bradenton. They got a really nice drag track down there, and we go down there usually a couple times a year and watch a couple different events. They're trying to build some housing around there that possibly might take that track away. And if anybody can pay attention down there, just they're trying to pass these different ordinances to try to get rid of the tracks. And I don't know, have you ever heard of Cletus McFarland?
Nah, that doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, beside the Bradenton drag track is another circle track, and they also use it for burnouts and whatnot. It's called the Freedom Factory. It belongs to a fellow named Cletus McFarland. Cletus McFarland is a big internet drag nut. He does stuff all around the country, and he has all kinds of competitions and whatnot. Well, he owns this track that's beside Bradenton, and they're all trying to keep these the tracks there, and hopefully I hope they don't take it away, because where it's at is in the middle, kind of nowhere. I don't know why they want to build that many houses out in there, but matter of fact, Bradenton got tore up pretty good with Ian, and they fixed it. It's all back. It should be. All the events are going back on again, and so did Freedom Factory. They're okay now, but you know, they're just trying to dwindle down everything, and with it, you know, trying to get rid of combustion engine, all this other stuff. It's just trying to dwindle down everything. That's not right, you know. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there that make their living with drag racing and racing, and you know, it's their passion. It's no different than somebody driving the truck. So, you know, but that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. You have a good one. Thanks for the call.
All right, good to hear from you. As always, heading into the workplace there. Okay, about a minute before news break coming up here, and plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. When we come back, the shocking body cam footage showing the moment a Florida police officer apparently overdosed on fentanyl after accidental exposure during a traffic stop. Of course, law enforcement out there for several years now. Yeah, when fentanyl and carfentanil, and now since that's come onto the scene, numerous law enforcement have found themselves in predicaments like this. We give you the rest of the story. It's the real deal. I'll tell you what, fentanyl, bad stuff. I mean, just touching or coming in contact. And in this case, I think she just got a whiff, maybe a whiff of fentanyl, and nearly died. More to come following a news break. This is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The U.S. announced new military aid for Ukraine and said it would disrupt Russian ties with Iran. Kyiv warned of a winter-long power deficit after infrastructure attacks, and Vladimir Zelensky said Ukraine is holding its ground in the Donbass despite huge difficulties. Vladimir Putin said Russia, the world's biggest exporter of energy, could cut production and will refuse to sell oil to any country that imposes the West's stupid price cap. Long lines have formed at pharmacies in many Chinese cities by people looking to buy cough medicines, flu drugs, and masks, and the state market regulator warned against price gouging in anti-COVID products. This is happening after China made a dramatic pivot toward economic reopening, loosening key parts of its zero COVID policy. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I guess they released the body camera footage there in the state of Florida. It was a simple traffic stop Monday night. Tavares Police Department officer Courtney Bannock discovered narcotics on one of the passengers in the vehicle. The substance, according to the detective, was located in rolled up currency, right? Despite handling the substance with care, including wearing gloves, the wind apparently was roaring during the traffic stop, exposing Bannock to the highly toxic substance, but she didn't know it. After police had transported the individuals who possessed the drugs, Bannock began choking and experiencing difficulty breathing. Fortunately, officers on the scene noticed she apparently had been exposed and quickly rushed into action, administering 3 doses of Narcan, the drug that reverses the effects of opioids. Again, the terrifying body cam footage shows a wide-eyed Bannock barely able to breathe. As officers waited for the ambulance to arrive, she was drifting in and out of consciousness. The officers lightly slapping her face, reminding her to breathe, but at one point she became unresponsive. She was completely lifeless. She looked like she was dead. Sullivan says, so she's very thankful to be alive today. She was taken to the hospital, of course, where they say, will make a full recovery, thanks to the quick-thinking officers, though. They expect she'll be back to work on Friday. But the Tavares Police Department releasing the body cam footage to warn others about the dangers of fentanyl. Officer Bannock wants others to take away that this drug is dangerous, not only for yourself, but for anyone around you. Something as simple as the wind could expose you, and just like that, you could be dead. Now, she said, after the incident, I've done this 100 times before the same way. But obviously, it only takes one time and a minimal amount. I'm just thankful I was not alone and had some immediate help there. Drug overdoses from synthetic opioids like fentanyl, as we all know, have exploded in recent years around the country. It is both highly addictive and highly toxic. A lethal dose is as little as 2 milligrams, 2 mg, which they say is why the illicit drug manufacturers pushed it into the drug markets. It just takes that little tiny bit, right? Be careful out there. All right, thank you to our law enforcement friends. Pappy, my son, all the others out there. Kentucky Ken, now retired from law enforcement, and so many others. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Again, quiet on the phones this Thursday morning. Yes, Philip. Hey, welcome back.
Hey. Yeah, buddy. When you started talking about that after I got off the phone with you, I wanted to call back because I know a little bit of backstory on that one. That's in Tavares, Florida. That lady let them release that footage, Steve. That's how come all that footage got released. She actually let them let them have the body cam, or, let everybody see the body cam footage because she wanted everybody to see it. And, you know how you work with somebody on a day-to-day basis, and this is kudos to her peers that work with her. They heard her voice on the radio. It sounded different, and they sent more folks over to help her because they knew something was really going on with her. And that's, I guess, when you work with somebody day in and day out, you know how they sound and everything like that. But her fellow officers knew by the way she was sounding on the radio, they needed to get in there and help her.
How about that?
And have you seen the footage yet of that?
No, I have not. I saw a still photograph of her lying on the ground, but I have not seen the video.
Oh, I'm telling you, Steve, she looked like she was deceased. I mean, it was bad. She was sitting upright against one of her fellow officers, had her sitting upright against his legs, and she was just, she was looking straight ahead. Her eyes were wide open. I mean, it was scary stuff. It's scary stuff. And I'm thankful she's good. She's back. They said she would be going back today's Thursday. She'll be going back to work tomorrow. She was supposed to go back to work on Friday. So that's one heck of a chick there. I tell you what, I kudos to her, and I tell you what, that's some scary stuff. And I don't know if you heard about it locally, Steve, down here. Wouldn't happen too far from where I live at. Did you hear about a head-on collision that was last Sunday in DeLand, Florida?
No, sir.
Okay, so there was a head-on collision last Sunday, in DeLand, Florida. It's actually the Route 44 that runs between DeLand and New Smyrna. A Lexus got hit head-on by a pickup truck. Okay, killed 3 people in the Lexus, including this one lady. I guess she was like a big internet influencer. But the driver left his passenger and left the scene of the crime, and they're still looking for this whoever was driving this pickup truck.
Mm-hmm.
But left his passenger, and I'm not sure the whole deal. But I think his passenger might have are still alive. I know that the driver of the car, the Lexus, is still alive, but the other 3 people in the Lexus got killed.
Wow.
But they're still looking for this person, and if anybody out there knows any information about it, please get a hold of the Volusia County Sheriff's Department, because it was pretty bad, and they seemed to think there was more going on to it with this person when they went head on with this car. The person that was riding with him or her is still in critical condition, and it's pretty bad stuff. If you get a chance, look at that article. But that was last Sunday it was really close to the Volusia County Fairgrounds.
Okay.
So, but that's all I got, buddy. I appreciate you taking me back, and y'all have a good one.
All right, very good. Thank you much again. And so we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing whatever it might be, lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, Philip's initial call, he was asking about, did you get that story about the airlines? Let me give you the rest of the story, as they say. Whenever the economy gets rocky, the natural inclination for most of us is to kind of tighten the belt and look at what we need to do to maybe spend less money. Sometimes that means no more dinners at fancy restaurants for a while, or maybe putting off getting that new car for another year. It's not the most enjoyable thing for a household to do, but sometimes it just can't be helped. Now, you have to be kind of reasonable here. You may decide to save money by making more dinners at home rather than ordering delivery. You can't just stop eating, of course. That would be insane. Well, at the same time, businesses have to keep an eye on their budget when recessions occur or when inflation begins to really cut into their profits. While executives have to make some hard choices sometimes, the airline industry is currently advocating for a regulation change that strikes some experts as ludicrous. As ludicrous as completely cutting food out of your budget in order to save money. Airlines are currently lobbying Congress to amend Part 121 of the Federal Aviation Regulations. That is the federal air regulation that requires air carriers to always have 2 pilots in the cockpit at all times. The change would allow airlines to have just a single pilot, starting with cargo flights. Now, this request is coming as airlines like Southwest have been struggling to recruit and train enough pilots to replace the ones who retired or took a buyout when the pandemic hit. Some Southwest employees have accused the new management of not spending the money they need to find new pilots and instead paying themselves big bonuses. While American Airlines CEO admits the industry will not return to pre-pandemic levels until maybe next year, as they don't have enough experienced pilots on hand to help train new pilots. Eddie Louie is the vice president of Wayman Aviation Academy, which offers associate degrees in aeronautical science for students seeking to become commercial pilots. He's also a licensed pilot and explains that right now there's a significant pilot shortage, which does not look to be easing anytime soon due to pilots having retired during the pandemic, pilots reaching the required retirement age, and a lack of accessible aviation programs for a new generation of pilots. So a reduction in pilots would certainly allow them to fly more planes. But there's obviously pushback. Reducing the amount of required pilots would save airlines money, as it would reduce a large labor cost as far as payroll and training. Labor is one of two fixed costs that the industry can't do much about. Jet fuel prices have been increasing lately as well. But he's one of the many people in the industry who has serious misgivings about this proposal. It is not safe. It should not be done. Crew resource management is the cornerstone of safety management that creates phenomenal airline safety that we all rely on. It also cuts the opportunity for training by senior captains to young first officers, which is crucial right now due to record retirements and a worldwide pilot shortage. Rather than cutting down on pilots, the industry needs to focus on investing in training programs to educate a new generation of pilots. Recently on an American Eagle flight from Chicago to Columbus, the pilot became incapacitated, later died. But the co-pilot was able to regain control and return that flight to O'Hare, preventing further tragedy. I mean, it's incidents like this and the general level of airline safety that the pilot unions and other members are resisting any attempt to ease those regulations. Ultimately, aviation experts believe reducing the required levels of pilots on hand is just a short-sighted attempt to address a problem that's going to require a lot of time and obviously deeper investment by the industry if they're going to fix it. Now, this will receive unprecedented pushback from pilot unions, as it would cut all current and future jobs in half. It would dramatically change the career outlook of the younger generations, and they might think negatively about the future pilot career opportunities. That's not what we want to see. We want more young men and women to feel motivated to start their pilot career, which that's the way to go when it comes to a pilot shortage. I don't think it'll happen. I mean, yes, I know when it comes to airlines that so much of it is automated, the pilots don't have to do a whole heck of a lot as it is. But in the event of an emergency, if you've only got one pilot and that pilot becomes incapacitated, how many lives would it be worth losing? All right, it is 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, about 9 before the hour. And, of course, the weather system. The monster storm we've been talking about all week. Unleashing the all-out blizzard in the north-central states, the deadly tornadoes in the south. It's far from finished. Today, next up, it's the northeast. Unleashing the most widespread snowfall across the region yet this season. Coupled with a dangerous ice storm that is unfolding as we speak in some areas as the rain, the wind, and coastal hazards pelt the eastern seaboard. The heaviest snow and ice looks to be just north and west of the I-95 major cities starting this morning into Saturday. According to AccuWeather, accumulating snow will fall on about 200,000 square miles of the interior Northeast, from a large portion of Pennsylvania to nearly all of Maine. We'll be talking some significant disruptions as holiday travelers hit the road for Hanukkah celebrations, which begin on Sunday. Now, even in the rain zone along the East Coast, travel delays are likely with wet roads, slick runways. The first part of the storm begins as ice from the central Appalachians to part of the mid-Atlantic starting this morning. And we'll have more on that coming up here. Hello, Tom Kelly.
Hello, Steve Summers. How are you today, sir?
Hanging with them. How about you? Did you survive the stormy weather? And I guess your temperatures are tumbling, correct?
Tumbling. Yep. It was 75 24 hours ago, and now I think we're going to get down to 40 tonight.
Wow.
We had 80. It was 81 yesterday, broke a new record, 81. But in the last 24 hours, we've seen a big drop. But that's part of the fun of the winter months, right?
Now, what do you think about next week's forecast? Some of the cold coming down into Texas. I mean, teens in Amarillo, for crying out loud.
Yeah, they're talking about below freezing here on Christmas Day. I don't think we're going to get any precip, but that would be exciting. We've had that one white Christmas back in 2004 when it snowed here in Houston. It was pretty awesome. But I don't think we're going to see a repeat of that. But it's going to be cold enough to snow.
Well, what about your power grid? That's the concern. Have there been upgrades or anything really changed since the big issue with the power going out?
Really.
Okay.
Not really. Yeah. I mean, they've got it cleaned up a little bit, but not enough to handle anything like what we saw before. We're not expecting anything like that where it's going to get down to zero. But we haven't really been tested since February of 2021. Yeah, that's when it was, February 2021. This would be the closest thing to a test that we've had. At my house, we didn't even get below freezing last year, so we haven't really had a test across the whole grid. But, the grid is part of why I was calling. Have you had a chance yet to read this new report from the ATRI and the research that they've been doing on what would it really take to convert America to all EVs?
Seems like I don't know if it's that exact report or not, but I mean, they're talking about as far as like the infrastructure and how many charging stations they'd have to build. They're way behind on that, first of all, and then of course the grid. I don't think they haven't really done anything to look at upgrading the grid to charge the damn things.
Exactly, and understand, I got no problem with the concept. I don't think any of us do. The concept is just fine. But this panacea that people act like that's going to happen when suddenly we're going to have everybody driving around electric vehicles, it's just not for real. The thing there are a lot of things about this report. It's from the ATRI. Really, really well done, really well written, very easy to read. It's 60 pages. But you don't have to read all 60 pages to really appreciate a lot out of it. You just go to ATRI and put in your name and email address, and you can download the report yourself. There are a whole lot of things there are three major things that they're looking at, though. One is around the supply and demand of electricity itself. The next was around the electric vehicle production, and the third was around truck charging requirements.
Mm-hmm.
And those were the three major things. But the one that caught my eye the most was what it would really take to create all the batteries we would need if we were just going to replace all of the trucks on the road with electric vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't add up. The math simply isn't there. Besides the fact that it's hard to get out of the ground and the people, children who are forced into labor camps to get the stuff out of the ground, if we ignore all of that for just a moment, just replace all of the batteries, or to create all the batteries needed to replace the entire trucking fleet in the United States alone, we would need more than 60% of all the cobalt known on Earth.
Wow.
That's one round of batteries. That's one round of batteries, Steve. One round.
And they run, they last about 10 years, if I understand correctly.
Let's give 5 years is probably more realistic, but let's give them 10. What do we do after that? And that's just for the U.S. That's just for the trucks.
Wow.
The consumption of electricity that would be required is just amazing. You get into things like charging. Okay, let's say that we wanted to put a charging station at every parking spot. And we know how well we're doing in truck parking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not so well, but let's say that we put one charger at every trucking spot in the United States, and everybody would need to charge, of course. How would we make that work, since charging is going to take, depending on size of battery and the load on the truck and all that kind of stuff, 3 to 5 hours? What's the next guy who pulls in to the lot going to do? Because you charge for 3 to 5 hours, you don't give up your spot. You're going to go to sleep. You can't move your truck to let the next guy in, so you cannot. So even if we could somehow get all the power, which, by the way, let's say it's a moderately sized parking lot. We'll put 50 to 100 trucks in there. Do you know how much power that would take in relation to how many homes it would take to power up that many trucks?
I believe I saw somewhere that they said that the typical truck stop, if everything went to the electric, would need to be having to generate as much power as a small city.
Yeah, between 5,000 and 10,000 homes.
It's insane.
How do we get the power to these places? I mean, it's and we're gonna have all this done by 2035. It's a very well done article. I highly encourage people who get stuck with others around the Christmas table having an argument about the panacea of EV. Read this and have all your facts, because these are facts that have to be answered. These are discussions that have to be answered before we can get serious about any kind of EV discussion in this country.
All right, I did a little search here, and I believe I think I've got the story. The American Transportation Research Institute, and I guess Transport Topics had it, and several others. Is that the one?
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the ATRI report, and you can find it. A lot of the industry news have put it out, but it's worth your time. Just an amazing set of arguments.
Very good. We will check it out. Well, thank you for checking in there in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. You think I see that the The Orion capsule made it back to San Diego. I guess they'll load it on a truck now, and it'll head over back to the Cape, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, I had an opportunity Sunday evening to spend some time with one of the mission commanders for Artemis, and also the fellow who's responsible to keep the thing pointed in the right direction the whole time. And they were very excited, to say the least, to finally have the ship back and in such great shape.
That's cool. All right. Well, have a great morning, Mr. Tom Kelly there in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center, Houston, Texas. Stay warm, and thank you for checking in. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. An early Sunday morning shooting on Chicago's northwest side left 3 people killed and another critically hurt, police said. The shooting happened at West Melrose Street and North Central Avenue in the Cragen neighborhood at about 2:30 in the morning. The alleged shooter fled the scene in a dark SUV. Here's Chicago Police Commissioner Joseph Brennan.
So at approximately 2:30 a.m., there was an incident that occurred inside a bar here. The incident spilled out into the street. During that time, 2 females and 2 males were shot.
Commissioner Brennan added these details.
3 of the victims have succumbed to their injuries. The 4th is in critical condition at a local area hospital.
Right now, there's no one in custody, and Area 5 detectives are investigating. Police did not immediately provide further information about the shooting. Identical twins have had their day in court and have won.
Identical twins Kayla and Kelly Bingham have won a defamation case against the Medical University of South Carolina. Now the school must pay them $1.5 million after they were accused of cheating on an 8-hour exam. Test proctors noticed that the twins' performance was remarkably similar, raising alarm bells among university officials. During the 4-day trial last month, an expert on twins testified that there are numerous studies showing that identical twins often perform similarly on a range of cognitive tests. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
A possible government shutdown is looming once again as Congress struggles to reach a funding deal. Senator Bernie Sanders stopped by CNN Sunday morning to discuss.
We have 85 million Americans who have no health insurance. We have 600,000 people who are homeless. We have a dysfunctional health care system, dysfunctional child care system where working parents are paying $15,000 a year on average for child care. We have got to start protecting the needs of working families.
This is USA Radio News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
WNBA star Brittany Griner didn't want any alone time as soon as she boarded a U.S. government plane that would bring her home. I've been in prison for 10 months now listening to Russian. I want to talk, Griner said, according to Roger Carstens, the special presidential envoy for hostage affairs, who helped secure the basketball star's release and bring her back to the U.S. last week. She then asked Carstens, referring to others on the plane, but first of all, who are these guys? And she moved right past me and went to every member on that crew, looked them in the eyes, shook their hands, and asked about them. Got their names, making a personal connection with them, Carstens recalled in an interview on CNN's State of the Union. It was really amazing.
This is an intelligent, compassionate, humble, interesting person, a patriotic person, but above all, authentic. I hate the fact that I had to meet her in this manner, but I actually felt blessed having had a chance to get to know her.
The NASA Artemis mission, featuring the Orion spacecraft, which spent 25 days traveling to and orbiting around the moon, has returned to Earth after a successful 1.4 million-mile mission, the first time the U.S. has been to the moon in 50 years. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson said this was a much different mission than the last one.
50 years ago, we went as a country, as a government. Today, we go with not only international partners, but also commercial partners.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Suspense.
The shadow knows.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back on a Thursday. Here we go. Underway as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. What we got there? Good morning, everybody. There's Mr. Q checking in. Stay dry and warm out there. Yeah, Shorty said you just got deleted from YouTube. I don't know. Did we? Really? What we do now? I mean, we were... I know we showed up. I said the last post I saw via YouTube was about 30 minutes ago. So, yeah, I don't know. Gilligan checks in. Let's see. Update. It's raining, but not freezing here in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. My old pickup is covered in ice. Driveway's just wet at this point. We're at 31 degrees. So far, we're lucky. Yeah, things could be a changin', right? Look at some of your advisories. Take you over to the... Scotty already had to pull over. You got your travel restrictions. Some of them kicked in at 1 o'clock this morning. Yeah, Tier 1. You've got some Tier 2 and Tier 3 restrictions that'll be kicking in. More interstates beginning at 6 a.m. Eastern, and then at high noon today, even more. But you got winter storm warnings for much of the state there in Pennsylvania. Start with this round here. Let's see. Heavy mixed precipitation. Total snow accumulation 5 to 10 inches. That light glaze of ice as well. Winds as high as 35 miles an hour. This is central Pennsylvania. So your winter storm warning kicks in at 4 a.m. this morning, 4 o'clock Thursday morning, and goes to 4 o'clock Friday afternoon. Yeah, while brief periods of sleet and freezing rain are possible, most of the precip is expected to fall as snow. It'll be a wet, heavy snowfall. That's why they've got the travel restrictions kicking in. Yeah, some are already in place, but later this morning they become much more widespread. Yeah, who else we got here? Other areas like, let's see, Lock Haven, Williamsport, Lewisburg, 4 to 7 inches expected. That's snow accumulation, ice accumulations, a light glaze there. Winter storm warnings kick in at 4 o'clock this morning. From the office in State College, PA, heavy mixed precipitation expected. 2 to 4 inches ice accumulations maybe up to a couple of tenths of an inch. Areas that see more freezing rain see obviously less snowfall. So you've got your winter storm warning that is in place. That kicked in at 1 o'clock this morning, 1 a.m. till 7 o'clock Friday morning. It does say a prolonged period of freezing rain and sleet is expected. That's going to keep those snowfall totals lower versus if it was all snow. But when it does snow, it's going to be that wet, heavy snow. The impacts on travel with multiple changes in precipitation types and moderate accumulations of each type will be significant. And the list goes on. Again, you've got winter storm warnings and, of course, the ice storm warnings that encompass a small area there. Let me jump over to that from State College, PA, where you do see significant ice. You're going to see a lot of power outages. Let's see, for the cities of Johnstown and Somerset, that's where you've got ice storm warnings in effect from, they kicked in at 10 o'clock this past evening till 7 a.m. Friday. Significant icing is expected. Now, total snow accumulation may be up to 3 inches. Ice accumulations 2 to 4 tenths of an inch. So you're getting closer to that half an inch range, right? Winds as high as 40 miles per hour. Those are the areas where you're going to be talking big-time travel issues. Pennsylvania DOT and the Turnpike Commission strongly encourage motorists to heed the travel restrictions, delay any unnecessary travel, as weather conditions will make for very hazardous driving. If you must travel, keep the flashlight, some food, some water in your vehicle in the event of an emergency. You have a slide-off, and there's going to be a ton of those slide-offs, people in the ditch, people in the median. They're not going to be able to, to get the tow trucks out there in some cases to get to you. You may be stuck there for hours or longer. All right, plenty of room for you. It's 844-3388 as the northeastern USA gets ready to get hammered by our monster storm. Hello, 5-7.
Yep. I got my battle equipment for the cold weather. I mean, when I left out of West Virginia, I didn't throw away perfectly good clothes. I got like 8 pairs of split bottom over long handled underwear and shoes. I own my coats. So remember now, we're only about 10 degrees warmer than it is where you live. And probably 15, 20 up there in the mountains where I moved from in West Virginia. So, we can handle it. If the precipitation comes along with that cold down, they don't expect you to drive. I mean, last time they had 2014, we had a bad one, and it knocked out power for 4 days. And I got educated. I have LP gas, but my fireplace with the LP gas and the logs, it still depended on electricity. What I got up there right now, and this could be you too, you can get a cylinder installed. It don't have to be the huge tank, but you could run a gas line, and it's a heater that's no bigger than a suitcase, hangs on the wall, and it doesn't depend on electricity. I mean, it's a great little backup stove. But I heated my little house with the kitchen stove. I've got my coffee the old-fashioned percolator on there. I didn't miss a cup of coffee. And, we did all right. So, but they don't, I went out. I mean, it took, it's an hour and 45 out of the mill in Allendale to go down to Savannah. It took me 3.5 hours to get down there because the leaves on these pines, whole trees were bent over the highway, and I had to sneak and, wrangle around them. The road was slick as snot, and cars was everywhere. I got my first load off, and they don't really want to throw salt on these metal dumps. That was slick as snot getting on the dump. Got my first load off and got back up, and I called my supervisor, and I said, I'm sorry, said, I don't think I'm making a second trip because it ain't getting any better. He got all over my case and said, next time it does this, you call me. He said, you're the only idiot that went out. I know you're from the north. But he says, but we don't know how to handle this ice down here. We just wait for God. He said, God put it down there, got to take it away in a couple of days. So I just went back up the house, sipped on coffee, and put some batteries in a radio, and just enjoyed a little bit of time off. So, but yeah, I'm so glad I'm in the South for the trucking end of it. I miss my family, my kids in West Virginia, and for y'all that's being shut down for the weather, buddy. I've been there. It's 44 years of trucking, and I've been down here 20 years. Every time I'd leave that little hamlet in Buchanan, West Virginia, especially come wintertime, they couldn't get any freight haulers or any flatbedders in there to go over the Allegheny Mountains, go, to D.C., Baltimore, up into the New England. So guess who got it put on their back? And the only acceptable way for me to go was like 33, 55, come out to Virginia and up 81. So that's some serious mountain driving in that bad weather. So I put in my time. I've had to pull it over on the side because it just, the trailer sliding all over the road, and put it in up against the guardrail, waited for a salt truck for half a night. So I've been there, but I'll tell you what, I'd rather be where I'm at right now in trucking. So, but y'all stay safe. And the way I always looked at it, you try to survive the winter, and then you'll make your money in the summer in good weather. So that's the main thing, is just stay alive, get home for the holiday. I'm worried for them fellas out west. I mean, it don't sound good for the couple of days. It's going to tie them up. So other than that, that's all I had. I'm ready for the winter. Got the gas heater, got the stove, got my percolator coffee. If the refrigerator goes out, my gas is in that little Fiesta. It's full. Run down the store, get a couple of bags of ice, shove it, pack the freezer in the ice box with the ice. Sit back and like I said, I mean, I can plug in if the power goes out, I can plug in my radio or my phone. And I didn't have that in 2014. Plug in my phone on in the tractor or the Fiesta, and then I could sit there and listen to the Steve Summers overnight drive and enjoy the downtime. How about that? Other than that, this is 5-7. We're gonna sit back, enjoy the rest of the show, wait for our I can't believe it's Thursday, Friday morning notification, and I'll be pushing that little red button. I'll be listening in. How about
there you go. All right. Looks like you'll be doing that on Facebook. Shorty sent me a screenshot. He said you're in YouTube jail again, which is absolutely insane. You tell me. We came back at the midnight hour this morning Eastern, and by about 2:30 a.m., what the hell was said this morning? Absolutely nothing had been said that could possibly warrant being in YouTube jail. Absolutely nothing. Now, somebody, who else posted there, said, Steve, you got knocked off YouTube while you were speaking to Philip the second time. Oh, my. Oh, my. What was I talking? We were talking about the law enforcement officer, right? The body cam footage, the officer who got, who the fentanyl got. Yeah, she's fine, but, yeah, what the hell? Got the story that Tom Kelly was talking about from the American Transportation Research Institute and the prospect of electrifying long-haul trucks. The pipe dream of electrifying everything. Give you the rest of the story coming up after a quick time out. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, here you go. Electrifying long-haul trucks. Runs alone on today's roadways would require about a tenth of the nation's power generation. So 10% of the entire country's power generation, according to the American Transportation Research Institute. Shifting all U.S. vehicles to battery electric would demand more than 40% of the country's electric production. So trucks alone, 10%. All vehicles, 40%. Installing charging equipment at truck parking stops across the U.S. would cost upwards of $35 billion, based on the per-unit cost of $112,000. American Transportation Research Institute's research demonstrates that vehicle electrification in the U.S. will be a daunting task that goes well beyond the trucking industry. One of the board members, last name Padmanabha, I believe it is, the engine business president in Cummins, says he calls on the utilities, truck parking facilities, and original equipment manufacturers, or OEMs as we call them, to help the trucking industry tackle the challenge. He recommended a variety of decarbonization solutions and other powertrain technologies alongside battery electric. Near-term, discrete applications exist for battery electric vehicles, or BEV for short, as well as trucks. The vehicles available today are suited for local and regional operation, using trucks for short trips in which they can return to the terminal for nightly charging. But the nonprofit research group concluded a completely new charging infrastructure is critical for increased adoption if you're wanting to talk long-haul routes. The high cost of battery electric vehicle trucks, that's another issue. OEMs and others in the vehicle supply chain must produce battery electric vehicles that meet the fleet requirements, including the limits of the carrier's balance sheets, right? Until public policy requires fleets to order such vehicles, though, carriers themselves will have to decide if the cost and the benefits of a battery electric vehicle truck will fit their business model. Those decisions will be conditioned on truck costs, the shipper and the freight requirements, and access to abundant, inexpensive electricity. Issues arrive. However, if any one or more of these decision-making inputs is not viable, The Transportation Research Institute's report also delved into the raw material mining requirements for the batteries. Beyond requiring new domestic sourcing strategies, electrifying all U.S. vehicles would take between 6 and 35 years of the world's current raw material production. Underscore that's just the United States vehicles. The Biden administration has advocated for bolstering the U.S. supply chains, including for raw materials, to reduce reliance on foreign suppliers. Efforts in the past year have included funding for domestic lithium mining and the end-to-end supply chain, including the processing and manufacturing of electric vehicle batteries in this country. But just electrifying our vehicles here in the U.S., between 6 and 35 years of the entire world's current raw material production. Well, folks, we're almost into 2023, and if we're going to be electric by the year 2035, and we need, say, 20 to 35 years worth of all the current mining capacity, it ain't going to happen. No way, no shape, no form. It ain't going to happen. End of story. Good morning, Captain Ron.
Morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. I was off last night due to, hauling paint kind of hit and miss this time of the year, but we didn't have enough freight for both of us to run. But I was looking forward to seeing those meteors last night. I didn't see nothing in Clearwater, too much light pollution. But you were talking a few minutes ago about if their house, just turn the water off outside, if their house loses power, but that's not going to work, because just like a sprinkler system, when you turn the water off, you got to blow the water out of the pipes so that they don't freeze. About the best thing we can do is just leave it dripping, as far as I know. But you're not going to get rid of the problem by just turning the water off.
You're going to still have water in the lines, I guess. Okay, yeah, I don't know if there's any way to blow out or suck out the lines to get them cleared.
There's no way to really blow them out. That's why they blow out your sprinkler system when they turn it off, is to get the water out of the pipes. You know what I mean?
I get you.
So, we're talking about red tide again down here from Hurricane Ian. The storm surge, flooded everything, and then when it went back out to the ocean, it grabbed all the fertilizers and all that crap that feeds the algae blooms, and now it's making its way up to us again. Awful early for red tide, though, I would think.
Yeah, that's probably the impacts you had from the hurricanes, right? It stirred everything up. All right. Hey, we got to pause for a news break there. Back after this.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Moscow on Wednesday said no Christmas ceasefire was in the cards after nearly 10 months of devastating war in Ukraine, even as the release of dozens more prisoners, including an American, showed that some contacts between the two sides remain. Russia and Ukraine are not currently engaged in talks to end the fighting, which is raging in the east and south, and reached Kyiv again on Wednesday. Survivors of mass shootings targeting U.S. LGBT nightclubs detailed the violence they endured and criticized inflammatory political rhetoric in a congressional hearing on Wednesday. We are being slaughtered and dehumanized across the country in communities you took oaths to protect, said Matthew Haynes, owner of the Club Q nightclub in Colorado Springs, Colorado, where 5 people were killed and 22 wounded in a mass shooting last month. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now, and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I did mention the Artemis 1, the Orion spacecraft, which next time around will actually have astronauts aboard. But this was the trial run. It's made it back to what they call terra firma. Orion reaching the Naval Base San Diego on Tuesday aboard the USS Portland. That's the Navy recovery ship that fished the capsule out of the Pacific Ocean Sunday. being offloaded now from Portland yesterday, and it begins, I guess, the overland trek to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, according to officials. That will be a homecoming for Orion. They'll lift it off of, according to the SLS, the Space Launch System mega rocket, back on November the 16th. All right, everything went well on this test run. The SLS sent Orion on its way to the moon as planned. Capsule checked off all the desired milestones while it was in deep space. Arriving in lunar orbit November the 25th. It departed on December 1, headed back for Earth on December the 5th with the long engine burn as it did that close flyby of the moon, kind of slingshotting back toward the Earth. All right, once it gets back to the Kennedy Space Center, Artemis 1 team members will give it a thorough going over, assessing how the spacecraft and its subsystems held up while in deep space, and, of course, the harrowing return trip through the Earth's atmosphere, where the heat shields, they believe, approached temperatures close to 5,000 degrees. They will also remove some of the hardware for processing and reuse on Artemis 2, the next mission, which is scheduled to launch astronauts around the moon in 2024. If all goes well with that, it'll be on to Artemis 3, looking to put boots down near the south pole of the moon, maybe a year or two later. That'll be using the SpaceX Starship vehicle as a lander. That is the plan. Ultimately, looking to build a research base in the south polar region of the moon, which they believe harbors lots of water ice. They also plan to build a small space station in lunar orbit, which will be called the Gateway. That would serve as a jumping-off point for missions to the surface, whether it's a crewed or uncrewed. The first components of Gateway are scheduled to launch atop SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket sometime late in 2024. They got big plans for the future. All right, Captain Ron, welcome back. Yes, sir.
So that splashdown of that, I guess we'll call it Sputnik for Hillbilly Text.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I saw that same splashdown on I Dream of Jeannie.
Very similar. Yes, it was very, very reminiscent of the Apollo missions.
Yeah, it looked just like the I Dream of Jeannie show. But we got some real brainiacs up there in the outhouse, don't we? I don't know how they think this is going to work, but anyway. But yeah, back to that red algae bloom. I guess they scooped up about 1,500 pounds of dead fish off of Pasadena Beach. I think that's St. Pete. I'm not positive, but I think that's where it is. And the biggest news I've got, well, I did get a text that yesterday that I'm going to be off Sunday night and Monday night for Christmas and New Year's. What's your schedule? Are you going to be off that week between Christmas and New Year's?
Yes, sir. That's I'll be here through the 23rd. That'll be Friday morning, and then I'll be off till January 3rd.
Yeah, I think that's when I'll be back too after the 1st. But remember a while back that M&M's was pulling their sponsorship out of NASCAR? Remember hearing that back in the summer? Did you hear that?
Well, yeah. I mean, that wasn't that the Kyle Busch ride that they weren't coming back, I think?
Yeah, they've been in the sport for many years, but I found out why they're pulling out. They hired this blonde and put her on the production line and told her to take out all the ones that had W's. And she got rid of them.
Oh, boy.
Well, that's all I got.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
There you go. Take out all the W's. That's all of them. Yeah. Is Eminem leaving NASCAR? Yes, ending a 32-year NASCAR run with a special tribute, I guess, was the headline. After 32 years of sponsorship, Eminem's set to leave the Cup Series, which that was at the end of this season. And I guess they had one final special paint scheme for that last race there. There you go. Yeah, Kyle Busch had been sponsored since 2008 when he made that move from Hendrick Motorsports to Joe Gibbs Racing, started driving the number 18 Toyota. Of course, with Eminem's leaving, Busch leaving that team as well. After a 15-year run, he's set to replace Tyler Reddick behind the wheel of the number 8 Chevrolet at Richard Childress Racing. Yes, Monkey Gouger says he will actually be a cheering for Kyle Busch in NASCAR because he's going to be driving a Chevrolet. How about that? Yeah, Billy Tex. Tipping a hat, ringing a cowbell. Good morning. What's happening?
Steve, let me tell you what. I'm going to have to listen to the podcast tomorrow. Boy,
let me see. Hillbilly Tex disappeared, and so did the phone connection. We didn't lose him. He's probably still there. But let me try to get things back up and running
Ready
again.
to connect.
Thank
Click
you.
connect to show now.
Yeah. 2 nights in a row it's done that. See if we can get him back here.
Welcome, host.
When it comes back online, I should be back with us. And it's 844-844-3388.
On. With the TNC.
All right. Let's back up, Hillbilly Tex. We lost our connection right at the beginning of the call there. So you've probably been talking the whole time, and we didn't hear you. You said you're going to go back.
Oh, you hear me?
We got you back now.
Yeah,
Okay, so you're going to go back and listen to the podcast. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for you because I started out on your app this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, at midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, it kept us stopping, and I'd have to punch a replay button on it to get it going again. So I got tired of that. I went to the Facebook. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then somebody said you was back on the YouTube.
Right.
So I went to the YouTube, and that thing went haywire. And then I went to TNC, and during Tom Kelly's interview with you, TNC decided they're going to play a 5-minute commercial.
Uh-oh.
So I had to go back to the Facebook. Oh, boy. I tell you what, well, you lasted 2.5 hours tonight on the YouTube.
Right. What did we say? What the hell did we say that would have been offensive or violating any sort of community standards this morning, Tex? Absolutely nothing.
Steve, I don't know. I missed half the show keeping up trying to find where to hunt you down at. I went through every app I had.
Well, sorry about your technical difficulties tonight, huh?
But I'm just sitting around here. It's finally quit raining about 30 minutes ago. Now the winds are whooping and a riding, and I'm just getting ready for them grandbabies to show up in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't know what was said this morning to get you kicked off again.
No, nothing.
I tell you what I think it is, Steve. Now, I'm just an old country boy, but, now look at here. I think they wasn't supposed to brought you back because that last time was the third time and somebody called it, somebody brought you back in, and somebody said, no, that's the third time. 3 strikes and you're out.
Yeah,
That's what I'm thinking.
The question was supposed to be 3 strikes in 90 days. That first strike, I'm pretty sure, was well over 90 days ago. So I don't know if they say, yeah, technically it wasn't 3 in 90 days, but I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't. But, you know, we can survive without YouTube. That's what Sandy just said. We'll be fine without it, you know, just.
Oh, yeah. Well, exit 81 off the big 5, exit 81 off of big 75, tipping a hat and ringing a cowbell, everybody. Y'all be...
I think he's probably having some issues. It sounds like his cell reception's not the greatest tonight for whatever. Maybe it's the weather, the rain, I don't know. But, yeah, if you don't have good internet connection, you're not going to get a good connection. I don't care if it's YouTube, Facebook, the app, anything. TNC, doesn't matter. They're all going to have, you have to have decent cell reception these days. All right, let's see. Hello to Jared on board. Good morning, Steve, and the loyal Overnight Drive citizens out there. Been listening to the show from the Overnight Drive website since the start of the week. Someone said you were back on YouTube earlier, so I started watching a bit there while puttering around the house, then suddenly blocked again before I could return to the computer with a hot cup of tea. What a bunch of useless, overly uptight pissants the employees of YouTube are. What in the world is wrong with the crybabies of the left in this country? You would figure 81 million Sleepy Joe voters wouldn't be overtly worried about an overnight truck program broadcast on YouTube. Now, would you? Anyway, I forgot whose birthday you mentioned the other evening as being in their 90s, but Bob Barker just turned 99. The other was Dick Van Dyke. It was 97, Jared. That was the first one I had seen. Yeah, Bob Barker, the 99 years young this past Monday. Yeah, we must save our republic for Bob and Barker's beauties. Remember Barker's beauties? Janice, Janet, Holly. And, of course, the announcers, Johnny Olson and Roddy. Bob Barker and the old Price is Right crew is sick of weaklings who kiss the asses of woke soy boys. Let's do it for them. Good to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here about 10 before the hour. So got an email from Bradley who says, censorship. Yeah, this entire censorship with YouTube, I think it's about the new Congress coming in next month. They know they're in trouble. It's just like Twitter. They're going to be exposed and destroyed, rightfully so. Rumble looks to be the future. Just my observation, but all right, have a great day. Thank you much, Bradley. As before we get back to the calls, let me quickly, I was giving the update there in the Northeast. All right, who's going to see what? For a brief time this morning at the onset, a bit of freezing rain and sleet may occur in the D.C., Baltimore area and Philadelphia before the morning rush. Further north in Pennsylvania, the colder air is going to fight back soon after the storm gets underway. In this case, some locations will probably experience a bit of a wintry mix of sleet and freezing rain, which will transition to all snow. Where the changeover occurs quickly, or where the precip remains snow at the beginning, several inches to a foot or more may pile up. Top amounts are likely to accumulate from north central and northeastern PA all the way up into central Maine. In that zone, pockets of heavier snow are likely due to the duration and the intensity of the storm. Some could see 24 inches. Now, this snowstorm should treat the ski resorts quite well, from the Poconos to the Catskills, as well as the Green and White Mountains of the Northeast. Plenty of natural powder and a solid base as the holiday season ramps up. In areas well north of Philadelphia, just north and west of New York City, west of Boston, there's going to be that transition from rain to a wintry mix to all or mostly snow, which is often the case with a storm that tracks just off the Atlantic coast like this one is. So travel in these directions from the major cities will become progressively worse during the storm. That wintry mix zone may be very close to I-78 in PA, 278 north and west of New York City, and I-95 just north and west of Boston. Hey, it looks like Boston actually picked up its first measurable snow of the season Sunday. Just under an inch of accumulation there. Meanwhile, folks in Manhattan had their first flakes of the season Sunday into Monday. Yeah, maybe a tenth or a couple tenths of an inch of snow there, a little glaze. Philly, Baltimore, D.C., they've yet to be visited by snow so far this season. Now, even if sleet occurs and a tenth of an inch manages to accrue, that would count as the first measurable snowfall in those cities. Rain should begin around New York City during the early afternoon hours today. Probably holds off to the maybe the middle of Thursday night up into the Boston area. So there you go, in the Northeast. Of course, if you weren't with us in the first hour, we were sharing next week. Get ready for some bitter Arctic air. Call it the Siberian Express or the polar vortex, all those things, as the coldest air of the season and perhaps the coldest air in decades for Christmas time is poised to invade the north central states, and this cold's going to drop well into the south, and it's going to impact much of the eastern two-thirds of the country. Cold airs are coming. All right, who we got on board? Would that be BP?
No, Steve, it's Pup.
It missed you. Did you try to spell P-U-P?
Yep, I did.
Yeah, it got BP.
Oh, heck. So, hey, I heard you talking earlier. I think you'd be farther ahead getting yourself a generator. And then, because your kerosene thing, you're only going to be able to use in the wintertime. And the generator, you'd be better get you a couple of those little radiant heaters.
Yeah.
And, heck, they'll keep your house warm for you. I've got one out in my little shop, and I think does a great job out there. And with you being on a slab, you won't have to worry about your pipes freezing unless you got some running up your outside wall.
Nope.
But just open your cabinet doors and let it trickle and stuff. So. I'll tell you what, I got caught in between when the wind shifted from the southeast, blowing from the southeast, to where it was blowing out of the northwest. Man, the things got a little hairy there for a little bit. But, and that fella that was giving Bob Barker so much praise, he was one of the first snowflakes there ever was.
Oh, yeah?
He's the one, yeah. Back in the day, trapping was great. I mean, you made good money with them furs. Then all of a sudden, he got in on the PETA bandwagon, quit putting furs on his show, and quit wearing leather shoes and everything else. So, I can tell you how you got kicked off YouTube, Steve.
How's that?
You had two guys crying and moaning and bitching about a government entity.
And well,
I think the government entity that our taxpayer money's invested in is what is that? Yellow, I think.
Yeah.
I told Heatwave how to solve that problem, but he don't want to listen. But no, I think you'd be because your generator can run a couple of those radiant heaters in a couple different rooms, and you can run an electric skillet and some lights, and in the summertime run you a fan and all kinds of stuff. I think you for I don't know $500 or less, you could get yourself a nice generator, say 5,000 watts, maybe 7,500.
See, now 500, that's one thing. Pappy actually got one of those solar generators where it's got the battery packs or whatever, and I think he paid a hell of a lot more than 500. The one guy said he got what he's thinking, 10 grand into a full home generator. All right, well, hey, we got to pause there, so hold that thought at the top of the hour, the midnight hour, somewhere out in the Pacific. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. An early Sunday morning shooting on Chicago's northwest side left 3 people killed and another critically hurt, police said. The shooting happened at West Melrose Street and North Central Avenue in the Cragen neighborhood at about 2:30 in the morning. The alleged shooter fled the scene in a dark SUV. Here's Chicago Police Commissioner Joseph Brennan.
So at approximately 2:30 a.m., there was an incident that occurred inside a bar here. The incident spilled out into the street. During that time, the 2 females and 2 males were shot.
Commissioner Brennan added these details.
3 of the victims have succumbed to their injuries. The 4th is in critical condition at a local area hospital.
Right now, there's no one in custody, and Area 5 detectives are investigating. Police did not immediately provide further information about the shooting. Identical twins have had their day in court and have won.
Identical twins Kayla and Kelly Bingham have won a defamation case against the Medical University of South Carolina. Now the school must pay them $1.5 million after they were accused of cheating on an 8-hour exam. Test proctors noticed that the twins' performance was remarkably similar, raising alarm bells among university officials. During the 4-day trial last month, an expert on twins testified that there are numerous studies showing that identical twins often perform similarly on a range of cognitive tests. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
A possible government shutdown is looming once again as Congress struggles to reach a funding deal. Senator Bernie Sanders stopped by CNN Sunday morning to discuss.
We have 85 million Americans who have no health insurance. We have 600,000 people who are homeless. We have a dysfunctional health care system, dysfunctional child care system where working parents are paying $15,000 a year on average for child care. We have got to start protecting the needs of working families.
This is USA Radio News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
WNBA star Brittany Griner didn't want any alone time as soon as she boarded a U.S. government plane that would bring her home. I've been in prison for 10 months now listening to Russian. I want to talk, Griner said, according to Roger Carstens, the special presidential envoy for hostage affairs, who helped secure the basketball star's release and bring her back to the U.S. last week. She then asked Carstens, referring to others on the plane, but first of all, who are these guys? And she moved right past me and went to every member on that crew, looked them in the eyes, shook their hands, and asked about them. Got their names, making a personal connection with them, Carstens recalled in an interview on CNN's State of the Union. It was really amazing.
This is an intelligent, compassionate, humble, interesting person, a patriotic person, but above all, authentic. I hate the fact that I had to meet her in this manner, but I actually felt blessed having had a chance to get to know her.
The NASA Artemis mission, featuring the Orion spacecraft, which spent 25 days traveling to and orbiting around the moon, has returned to Earth after a successful 1.4 million-mile mission, the first time the U.S. has been to the moon in 50 years. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson said this was a much different mission than the last one.
50 years ago, we went as a country, as a government. Today, we go with not only international partners, but also commercial partners.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Suspense. The Shadow knows. Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. but instead you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour. Here we go. Thursday, 15th of December. Hope you've had a good week. Yeah, hard to believe. Well, final shopping weekend before Christmas coming our way. Unless you want to wait till Christmas Eve, the following Saturday. Are you one of those very, very last-minute procrastinators? All right, so we got a full hour yet to fill. It's 844-844-3388. Let me get back, finish up with Pup. Thanks for hanging in there.
Oh, you're welcome, Steve. But I do think you'd be better off with a generator. All you need to do is keep you about 5-10 gallons of gas around the house there just in case. But that's my thoughts. Not unless you got access to natural gas, then you can get you a ventless wall heater.
Nope, no, never. Everything electric in my neighborhood. Don't even have gas lines. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yep. I think that'd be the way to go. Finally stopped raining over here around Indianapolis.
The rain had stopped, and then it kind of started again. It stopped, and every time I step out, it's like it's off and on, off and on.
Yeah. That's a booger when you wear glasses, ain't it?
Right.
Get all speckled up. No, that's all I had for you. I just figured call you. That's the route I would go. That guy that was talking about that $8,000 to $10,000 generator.
Yeah.
That's a Generac, and if you don't have access to natural gas, and I imagine if you live in a housing addition or association, they probably don't want you to have a propane tank out there. So that's why I'm thinking a gas generator would probably be your best bet.
Okay.
Because in order to run those Generacs, you need either a big tank of diesel fuel or propane or natural gas.
Okay.
So, and the newer generators, I have a buddy that just bought a 1,000-watt one. It's electric start. It runs on gasoline and propane. Either one that you wanted, but I think he said it cost like $750 or something like that through Menards. But that's about all I had for you, bud. I'm about ready to pull in the terminal and get these things unhooked and hook back to Fort Wayne.
All right.
Have you a good night.
Still got some rolling to do, in other words. Got to make the turnaround, hook back to Fort Wayne. All right, let's see. We haven't heard from Horst Feathers this morning, have we? But I did get an email from him a few minutes ago saying, hey, Steve, just to let you know, we're headed to Philly, and the rain started, and it looks like we got some sleet in the mix already here in northeast Maryland. Just saying. All right, yeah, since we've kicked things off about 4 hours ago. At that point in time, the precip was just beginning to move in to that southwest corner of PA. Well, since we've started the mixed bag, mixed precip falling from, say, Erie, PA. You go southeast through the entire state, and you got rain in D.C., a little mixed precip, freezing rain and whatnot down toward Frederick, Maryland. Looks like you get the freezing rain from Frederick down to Harrisonburg in West Virginia, up into Romney area. Some of that mixed bag, the sleet, freezing rain, stretching from Harrisonburg all the way back to, it's just plain old rain in Pittsburgh at this hour. You did have a little mixed precip when it first started. The precip just moving in to say like State College, PA. It's kind of making its way northeast. Yeah, that precip's going to be kind of chasing you on that run up into the Philadelphia area, horse feathers. Yeah, good luck, safe travels. And it is 844-844-3388. After all the time that has passed, discussions about eliminating the vaccine mandate for the military. Remember, the new Congress says the legislation that they just pushed said we're going to eliminate the mandate for military. And the new Congress is going to look at possibly reinstating military personnel that may have been booted for refusing the vaccine. All that. I cannot imagine we're still dealing with this BS at the colleges and universities in this country. But here we go. American colleges and universities are still requiring students to get their boosters now. You went through the whole thing, didn't want it, but many of them took the original shot number 1, shot number 2. You want to come back to school? Got to get your booster. Some students are saying, wait a minute, hold on already. This is out of line. Students at Yale University, University of Notre Dame, Tufts University, Harvard University, Fordham University, all being required to obtain the bivalent booster vaccine for COVID if they want to return. Fordham University in New York required students to be fully up to date with their vaccinations, including the updated bivalent booster, by November 1st. At Tufts University, faculty, student, and staff are required to obtain the booster by January the 23rd of next year. Now, they say right now about 50% of the population at the university have received the booster. The closer we get to 100%, the healthier our community will be. So said the notice from Tufts University. Are you kidding me? Still pushing this business? A spokesman for Yale University says we are requiring students to receive the bivalent booster because their circumstances are somewhat different from those of faculty and staff, especially in regard to congregate housing, participation in large gatherings. You can seek an exemption on medical or religious grounds, he says. Notre Dame requires the booster as a condition for enrolling in classes for the 23-24 academic year. Now, here's the funny thing. Even students that are studying remotely must receive the booster. What the hell's that got to do with anything? Trying to say, well, you large gatherings, you're studying remotely. You're not even on the campus. Many schools requiring the booster for attendance. Of course, when the vaccine first came out, there were a smaller number of schools that are now requiring the updated booster shot. So it's not all the universities, but I mean, those are some of the big names. Let's see. The vice president of the Fordham College Republicans says this new requirement is a bit too much. This is crossing the line. I think it's out of line with what the other schools are doing. There's obviously no state policy or no mandate in place anymore on this matter. And there is significant pushback against this additional requirement. Why do they continue to push this? All right, get back to the phones here. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Hello, Pappy. What's happening?
I wonder if there's some shenanigans going on behind doors with these colleges, Steve. You know what I'm saying?
I don't. I have no clue.
I think we're going to see, Steve, coming out these Twitter dumps. Musk has the goods on Fauci, it sounds like.
It's what it sounds like. I mean, I saw something about Ron DeSantis yesterday. But you're looking to convene a grand jury or something about the vaccines.
Steve, it sounds like, we said it before. These people will lie straight to our faces. What they're talking about with these boosters, getting these students boosted before they attend back to school, it's all BS, Steve. And I think there's some emails out there that prove it's BS. I mean, we'll see. But that's part of the gaslighting. You lie often, you lie confidently, and you hide the truth from the people. And that's what the Twitter was doing, in cahoots with our government, the FBI, the CIA. Yes, sir. Hey, man, reference a generator. Yeah, Steve, that solar power, I know we talked about it, but I got that EcoFlow. With the extra battery, it's about with the extra battery, it's about 4,000 watts. Probably cost, God, going back, Steve, I'm wanting to say about $3,500.
Okay, I knew it was a whole lot more than $500.
Yeah, a little pricey, right?
Yep.
Comes with 4 potable solar panels, right? But what I found, remember when the power went out, thank God I had that thing. I mean, that power went out in the middle of summer. It was hot. And I had no problem at all running the refrigerator constantly. Couple fans. If I wanted to turn on the Keurig, make some coffee, no problem at all. If I wanted to put something in the microwave, no problem at all. But what I found that even with the solar panels, and Steve, the sun was out cooking them days. It was, sunny and hot. Because it was still running the refrigerator during the day as the solar panels were trying to charge their batteries. I couldn't get the batteries to charge fully, right? I mean, on a full charge, I could probably run the refrigerator for about 3 or 4 days. But the problem was getting them batteries to recharge, And there was a point in time when you're just going to be like, there's just not enough sunlight in the day to charge these batteries fully, So, I could probably go out and buy a couple more solar panels, right, to boost up the charging power. It would probably solve that problem. But instead, remember I told you I went out and bought a gas generator on top of it.
Correct.
So that totally solves the problem. It's a 8,700 watt total running hours. I think it's a 900 watt. Sometimes, like when the refrigerator first kicks on, it takes more wattage to get it running. Once it's running, it backs it down a little bit. So, but I could almost run the whole house, Steve, on that generator. If I got a transfer switch and did all that kind of good stuff, does come with a 220 cord, I could plug in a dryer if I wanted to. If I wanted to run a box off to the side, could run the hot water heater and all that kind of stuff. But the bottom line is, Steve, no problem at all. In 2 hours, I can charge them solar batteries up, right, with the gas generator. In a matter of 2 hours, they got a quick charge to them, So I'm good to go, man. I can run everything off them solar power batteries. And, if it gets to the point where they got to be charged and there's no sunlight. Steve, when's the last time you seen the sun?
Man, oh man, I haven't seen stars. I missed the entire, the full cold moon last week. A couple of occasions I've seen a little bit of the moon, through the clouds. Man, I haven't seen stars or the sun, and it seems like forever.
I know, man. It's depressing, ain't it? But, so yeah, man, well, what happens if the sun ain't out? You're in trouble, So, went ahead and spent the money on the generator. It's one of the nicer ones. It's not a Honda. It was the Predator, which is like a knockoff of the Honda motor, and it's got that, I forget what they call it, that technology where if it's not pulling juice, it doesn't run as hard.
Okay.
The engine will idle down.
Mm-hmm.
It's quiet. It's very quiet. If they don't have that feature, you start a generator, it just runs constantly and constantly putting out that same wattage, Well, these types, if it's not drawing any wattage, the motor kicks down, it idles lower. The more power you put to it, it'll idle up, so you save gas on that too. And Steve, I got that Harbor Freight, I think it was tax, title, and tags, $1,200 out the door. But yeah, man, you can run, almost the whole house on that thing. I could run the furnace. There's a device that I would have to hook up to the condensing unit, the air conditioning unit in the back, because I got a heat pump, right? So the condensing unit runs in the wintertime also.
Mm-hmm.
But when that thing first fires up, Steve, it draws like over 9,000 watts. To kick that condensing unit in, that air conditioning unit, it sucks up some juice to get that compressor running, right? So the generator's not even powerful enough to kick that on. Once it kicks on and starts running, then the wattage drops dramatically. So there's a device that you can attach to the condensing unit outside. I think what it is just like a fancy capacitor that stores.
Right, because they've
know
got the start capacitor thing on them to give them that gives them a jolt.
Yes, which only takes like 3,000 watts, I think, to charge that thing up. And then I could literally run a box off to the side of the main box, tie everything in that. If the power goes out, throw the main on the main house and turn the generator on and throw that main on that box and literally run this whole house off that generator. Now, you're not going to do laundry. You're not going to run the washer. You're not going to run the dryer. You're not going to run the furnace. You're not going to run the air conditioning. All at the same time. You might be pushing it then. But so just to give you an idea, and then I got the wood burner, so I ain't got no problems in the wintertime as far as freezing to death. I can heat this upstairs to stay warm from freezing to death. But yeah, man, if I was you, I'd be looking at getting a generator. Don't get one less than 5,000 watts, I would say.
Okay.
But yeah, because them portable heaters that the last caller was talking about, they run about 15,000 or 1,500 watts. Your little small portable heaters, right?
Yep.
They're about 1,500 watts, right? So if you get 3 of them and you're running them off a 5,000 watt generator, you're pushing it. Just 3 of them small heaters would be pushing it. Heaters really kick out the watts, man. It's like running a microwave when you run that microwave.
Hey, I know that those little heaters kick up your damn electric bill. That's for sure.
Yes, sir.
When it got really cold last year, remember I had the issue with my outside unit that wasn't. I was having to use the heating elements in the actual home furnace, and I think I had 2 of them little portable heaters running in my secret bunker, and.
Yeah.
I could not believe my electric bill was like double what it would normally be.
Yeah. Yes, sir. They really, put out some watts, man, and they're running constant pretty much.
Yep.
You know, where a microwave, you only turn it on for a couple minutes at a time throughout the day.
Yep.
You know, so all right, food for thought, my man. Hey, so you're not going to be on the 29th or the 29th, right? That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to get basically 10 days off because, you know, I work Friday morning.
Yeah, look at you.
Well, I mean, you got my normal Saturday, Sunday off. Technically, the holiday is Monday morning, so I had to take off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then, of course, the weekend again. Then Monday is New Year's. That's the holiday for New Year's is Monday.
Right on.
So I took a total of 40 hours, 5 days. I took, to which I'm going to get kind of like a 10-day break. It's kind of like when you add up all your Kelly days, Pappy. You've been known to do that.
Yes, sir. Well, Steve, it's well deserved, my man, because I mean you're with us like every dang on night, man. You don't take vacations. You might take a day off here and there, you know, and everybody wants to complain about it. But you deserve more than a week's vacation in a year, man. Come on. So, yeah, man, enjoy it. We'll get by. We'll live.
One way or the other, right? Yeah. You know, everybody else is getting home anyway. There's obviously there's going to be some out there still working, but I mean, you hear all of my regular callers are all getting home. Monkey Gouge is gone till the new year. Knuckle Busters, he's been out for a week and a half too already. He ain't back till after the new year. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You know, my favorite trucking cow manure hauling truck driver, Monkey Gouge, are going to be out shooting them ducks.
That's right.
You know,
deers and ducks.
So. All right, my man. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you for checking in. There you go. Good morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Happy Thursday morning. Thank God it's Thursday and my last day of the week, says Steve. The wife and I are headed for the hills this weekend. All right. At this moment, though, time to head toward town and see what kind of soggy mess the landfill has become overnight with all the rain. Everybody enjoy the day and the upcoming weekend as well. Yeah, it looks like your rains are actually up there. I'm flipping. Yeah, we've pretty much wound things down. The rains ended in Cincinnati. Yeah, the bulk of it's out of Columbus. There is one. Yeah, we had like a secondary man. I said the rain ended, then it started again, then it stopped, then it started. Got a couple more showers coming your way there in Columbus. It's lighter rain for the most part, though. The heavy rains. Yeah, now halfway between Columbus and over toward Wheeling, West Virginia. But you got lots of moisture streaming there into the northeast. And that icy, wintry mix, widespread winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings. Again, for travelers in Pennsylvania, there are numerous restrictions in place. There's Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 restrictions that are kicking in. Some of those started at 1 o'clock this morning. Much broader area of restrictions kicks in at 6 a.m. Eastern. Then even more of the state kicks in at high noon today. A lot of commercial vehicles are going to be stuck in Pennsylvania for a couple of days.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. Supporters poured into Paris's freezing Champs-Élysées Boulevard on Wednesday after a World Cup semifinal between France and Morocco, which for millions tugged at their heartstrings as Les Bleus won 2-0 to reach the final for a second time in a row. Crowds of supporters were seen entering the Christmas-decorated boulevard after the final whistle, where authorities were bracing for tens of thousands despite temperatures around freezing. U.S. senators on Wednesday pressed Congress to regulate cryptocurrency under existing financial rules as lawmakers scrambled to rein in the troubled industry after prosecutors filed criminal charges against FTX founder Samuel Bankman-Fried. Lawmakers are generally in agreement that crypto firms should have greater regulation, but there are divergent views on how the industry should be regulated. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And lo and behold, I look up at the screen. I say, wait a minute. You're on vacation. were your ears burning? What's going on, Knucklebuster?
No, I was up listening. I just had to come outside to the pickup to talk to you because if you wake Tennessee up, your ass, my ass is going to be in a lot of trouble. How about that?
Oh, yeah, right. How's vacation going?
It's going good, man. Enjoying all this. Well, I can't say sleeping all night long because I keep waking up during the middle of the night. Yeah. I sent you emails every now and then. So, but it's going pretty good. getting a lot of work done. That's all I know to do.
Yeah.
But Tennessee's work anyway, not mine. So she had her sister had a major stroke last weekend, so we were dealing with her. So they, I don't know, she's still unconscious, man. So it's a bad thing. It's a crazy thing. There was 4 girls and 1 boy in her family, and then 4 boys and 1 girl in my family. So we were just kind of oddball there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you're talking about them vaccines there. I seen on the drive there, I sent you the email, the unvaccinated drivers could pay more for insurance as a study finds you're at a higher crash risk. I'm like, what the hell? How do they know?
It's exactly what I was thinking. I've got the story before me here, Knucklebuster. What in the world are they talking about?
That's what I don't know. How the hell they know that people that ain't been vaccinated is a higher crash risk. It's all about money on that insurance. I think that Tennessee can tell you that too. So, but anyway, I don't know. I don't know how they figured that one out. That's a new one on me there. And I want to, you know, TB12. He's one of my favorite players there. He has gone from the GOAT to the laughing stock of the NFL. So he should have retired after he won that last Super Bowl and left it good. At least he had still been married, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen where she was stepping out after the divorce papers were finalized, and she's dating somebody else. He'll have to go find him another woman now. So, anyway.
She's already dating someone? Didn't take her long to find a new beau?
No, they just said she went out on the town or something.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you know, them women don't wait long, buddy. They'll take half of what you got and a little bit more of that, and then go out with somebody else. So. Yeah. Well, I just want to check in since you mentioned my name on the air there, you know, and at least I ain't been raising that little pinky drinking all that wine there.
Yeah, you and your White Claws, right?
Yeah, that's right. Hell, I might be raising that pinky this weekend. She's got an office party Saturday night, so 3-piece suit and all that stuff.
Oh boy! Got to get your spiffy duds out.
Yeah, I said I'm wearing blue jeans at that party. She said, "No, you're not." I said, "Yes, I am." She said, "Well, then you ain't going." All right. Well, you look sound like I don't know what's this deal. You getting kicked off, man? Kicked off of Facebook and
no, it was YouTube. YouTube, yeah.
Just YouTube,
right.
I listen to Steve Summers Overnight Drive app. That's the only way I listen. I figure if you get YouTube, Facebook, all that, you can get the app and just listen to it off of the app. That'd be the best way to go.
Yes,
and
sir.
I've been saying for years, people get yourself prepared with your own generator. Don't depend on the government to do anything for you. So, and there's a song by the Bellamy Brothers, "We Don't Call 911 Where I Come From." And one of the lines in it, I can still remember when we had no phones. Y'all have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Kick this thing on down the road, and I'm going to slip back in here and try to go back to sleep there with Tennessee. So.
All right. Don't be
have a great day.
Be quiet when you go back in. Don't be waking her up. Yeah, no joke. It's from the auto website called The Drive. You know, automobile news and whatnot, insurance news. It says, avoiding vaccinations for COVID could soon drive up your car insurance payment, thanks to revelations from a new study. As reported by Autoblog, findings come from a study published in the American Journal of Medicine. The study evaluated a cohort of 11 million drivers in Ontario, Canada last year, comparing accident reports and vaccination status. Now, the first thing I want to know is, who even came up with the idea of studying this? Why? What? Anyway, over the study period, there were 6,682 crashes requiring hospital care. Just 16% of the group was unvaccinated, But 25% of the crashes involved unvaccinated individuals. Like, that's a big time disparity, right? Yeah. Statistically, the study found unvaccinated drivers at a 72% increased relative risk compared to those who were vaccinated. The additional risk level was similar to that associated with sleep apnea, while falling below that posted by alcohol misuse and above that of diabetes. I guess they looked at all these different things. Notably, the increased level of risk applied across the cohort of unvaccinated people, regardless of factors like socioeconomic status or where they live, place of residence. It bears noting the study only found a correlation between vaccine hesitancy and driving risk. It was not intended, the study was not intended to find any sort of direct causal link between driving risk and vaccine hesitancy. They speculate there could be several factors at play. All right, speculate. That would be, yes, all speculation. All this has the potential, though, to feed into what you pay for car insurance. Insurance companies already look at individuals based on gender, driving history, which have statistical correlations with risk. Given there is a correlation between vaccine status and driving risk, insurance companies very well may soon be asking drivers about their vaccine history, which should be none of their business, should it? What business is it of State Farm or Allstate or Geico that whether or not you've had a vaccine or not? Now, given that vaccination has become a pointlessly politicized issue, any insurance company collecting that information will undoubtedly experience plenty of blowback from the vocal, irate individuals that alone may keep vaccination status out of the insurance forms for some time to come, I would surely think. I mean, isn't there still supposed to be privacy issues related to medical records and things of that nature? What business would it be of theirs to ask you those questions to begin with? All right, good morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Here we go again. Coffee up. Happy Thursday it is. Truck and Phil. You said Wednesday. Well, Mother Nature is certainly active across the country in one way or another this week. We've got a mild 36 degrees, about 18-mile-per-hour winds up here in Michigan. Rain in the Detroit suburbs as we're ready to depart Fort Wayne, headed for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Have a great week, everyone. Hey, 10 days till Christmas, 17 days until a new year, 2023. Truck and Phil out, Semper Fi. All right, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration
cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, one thing I can vouch for, if you watch television, you see these ads, you're bombarded with ads this time of year when the open enrollment period for various medical insurance programs, right? And one ad after another, call this number, call that number, call us now. We can get you this, we can get you that. The Medicare Advantage. Make sure you get the right plan. Everybody's got the right plan. Apparently, there's a whole lot of advertising out there which is misleading, and older people that are being taken advantage of with some of these plans. The administration yesterday proposed a ban on misleading ads for Medicare Advantage plans that have targeted the older people, and in some cases actually convinced them to sign up for plans that don't even cover their doctors or their prescriptions. This proposal by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services would ban ads that market Medicare Advantage plans with confusing words, imagery, or logos. The rule would also ban ads that don't specifically mention a health insurance plan by name. An aggressive step trying to tackle what is a growing problem, they say, in the Medicare Advantage marketplace, a booming business that offers privately run versions of the government's Medicare program for people of 65 and older, or if you have disabilities. Nearly half of all Medicare enrollees, about 28 million of them, are now turning to these Medicare Advantage plans. Some being deceived by the television commercials, the online ads, the mailers that are put out on the marketplace by agencies and brokers, that some insurers have actually hired to win over their customers. Now, the proposed rule, they says, takes some important steps to hold Medicare Advantage plans accountable for providing high-quality coverage and care to the enrollees. The problem has become so prevalent and so pervasive that CMS agents have been secretly shopping for plans by calling the phone numbers in some of these advertisements, finding that in some cases brokers have overstated the benefits that you might get and the money that you would save on the new plans. Democrats on the Senate Finance Committee released an investigative report last month showing that several states have also reported an increase in complaints about these deceptive marketing schemes that really started ramping up last year. So looking to protect our seniors, the vulnerable, from these scammers and unscrupulous insurance companies and some of the brokers out there. Yeah, I often wonder when I'm seeing those commercials. Now, I'm not at the age yet, don't have to deal with those plans, but I do know, my mother has spent hours on the phone trying to speak to these Medicare Advantage. They're trying to convince, well, is it going to cover this? Is it going to cover that? And they always try to upsell you. You want, that's the name of the game. But all I know is she gets very frustrated trying to deal with which plan to take. So there you go. Daryl's on board this morning. Hello, Daryl. How we doing?
I'm doing fine. Again, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. Hope you have a nice vacation. When I was on the road driving, we used to have the 76 truck stops, and the waitresses would have a Christmas tree at the end of the counter where you'd go in and pin $1 on the Christmas tree for the waitresses at Christmas time.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought that was a nice gesture. And then halfway between here and Columbus, they had a 76 truck stop with a great big wagon wheel for a table. And it would seat about 18 truck drivers. And the waitress stood in the middle of that wagon wheel and took orders. It was kind of interesting to sit down and talk to somebody from Manhattan or talk to somebody from Texas or talk to somebody from St. Louis while you're eating breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as one truck driver would stand up, another truck driver would sit down and take his place. And it was always fun eating in there. I found that the 76 truck stops had great waitresses and great food. And I'm sure they don't have those around anymore, but it was nice traveling back in the day. I have an HMO plan. I've had it for probably 15 years. But the one that scares me is the one that advertises this absolutely zero premium.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Right. There is no such thing. But, I mean, when you hear the word free... I would be
very leery of one of those.
Yeah.
But I've had HMO Advantage plan. I retired from Prudential. And that's what they had, and I've always had good luck with it. I went in one day and talked to a lady, and she was paying $6,000 for a Schedule F. The Medicare plans are like Schedule A, B, C, D, E, and F. And as they go up the alphabet, they get more expensive. And
so
I told her
she was supposed to have the cheapest plan available then.
Yeah. Yeah, she was entitled to. I got her off of that plan quick. I used to have an agent at Columbus that all she did was deal with health insurance, and she would, when I had somebody that needed health insurance, I would call her and she'd tell me what plan to get for people.
Right.
And she saved my clients a lot of money over the years. But my wife just turned 65 last year, and she fretted and stewed and called.
And I think I believe we lost our cell connection, our phone connection again. So, well, at this juncture, we won't bother to rehook things up this morning. We'll just, as far as the phones go, sorry about that, Daryl. He probably doesn't even know we've disconnected, but it's kind of screwy. All right, so here, final moments. Got a couple minutes left here. I think it was right about this time yesterday morning, we were talking about legislation being introduced, talking about banning TikTok. Banning TikTok overall here in the United States of America. I guess another step in that direction has already occurred since 24 hours ago, the Senate indeed approved legislation this past day to bar the use of TikTok on any government phones or government devices. National security concerns about the Chinese-owned social media platform. They say it was a vote of unanimous consent. The upper chamber approved the No TikTok on Government Devices Act, authored by Senator Josh Hawley. Now it goes to the House before it will ultimately hit the president's desks. Now, this is on a national level, federal level, as far as any government devices. It's not an overall ban on TikTok yet, but that legislation was just introduced a couple of days ago. I think, based on the way things are going, it's probably going to happen, though. 13 states have already made moves to limit the app for local officials, including Maryland, Texas, South Dakota. Reuters News also noted that the Defense, Homeland Security, and State Departments are among federal agencies that have already banned TikTok on their government-owned devices. Hawley said TikTok is an immediate security threat, has no place on government devices. This should not be a partisan issue. I'm glad to see my colleagues in the Senate act together to address Beijing's covert data collection campaign. That's what it's all about. Now, his legislation appears to be just the beginning of a government crackdown, which, there it is. I mentioned Marco Rubio, along with Representatives Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin and several others, are pushing a bill to actually ban the app entirely here in the United States, with the threat of espionage from the Chinese Communist Party rising. It is imperative we do not allow this hostile power to potentially control social media networks that could easily be weaponized against us, according to the statement. So the bipartisan Anti-Social CCP Act, as it's been named, Communist Chinese Party Act, a big step to protect us against nefarious digital surveillance and influence operations. All righty, with that, we'll close it out here on a Thursday. Have a great day. Be safe out there. Still going to be an ugly day in the Northeast, and now the wintry weather. Be careful. See you back at the midnight hour tonight for our Friday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. as ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything